Good evening, guys. Good to see you. Hey, Guardian.
Hi, good evening, Shadow. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, actually.
Lovely. That's a great way to start 2025. Is January's going well, you know?
Yeah. And we have actually CB in the house, also known as Huga Homestead. And we also have Guardian, you. And we have Venerable Owl. Good to see him again. And Prepper for the Ages, good to see you. And Tammy, Rebel Kenners, good to see you. And we have also Shannon in the house too. Good to see you too. Well, today's topic for this stream is a little bit odd, in my opinion, because this topic was a suggestion by Chef Tech, and he came up with this idea. All my preps are gone, now what? That's his suggestion for topic for today. So it's a little bit odd. But on the other hand, you can lose your preps, all of it. Under certain circumstances, you can do that. So, but go ahead, Guardian.
Yeah, you know me. I'm more of a quiet, reserved type of guy. You know, I don't really usually have much to say.
Well, you are usually the one who like to talk and have a lot of things to say.
Sometimes, maybe. If you catch me on a good day, I guess. Hello, everybody in the side chat. And I think that this topic that comes up is really good. And there's a lot of ways that we already, think about skill sets. Kay was just mentioning now skill sets, and you want to elaborate as well?
I don't know. I'm not a walrus.
You don't want to be talking as a walrus.
But yeah, it's very important to, if you don't have your preps, to know what you can do as an alternative. In terms of if you don't have preps for a medicine or something like that, a medication you need, you should know what you could use in your local area. That would be, even if it's just a temporary solution until you can make another plan, at least know what you can do. So, yeah.
Hey there, love survival. Good to see him.
Important.
Sorry, repeat the last sentence, the last few segments that you said there.
Oh no, I was just saying that your knowledge and your skill sets would be very important.
Yeah, for the most part, I think that a person should try and prep as though you're not going to have any gear or items either. You should always just have that as the mindset, because quite honestly, everything that you have has a chance of being, taken away from you, except for your knowledge and skill sets. 100% so.
Yeah, I agree with that. And even if you have all the preps in order, you can lose them in a matter of seconds under right circumstances. And you need to figure out how to manage after that. That requires a lot of skills, because you need to forage in your own food. You need to hunt, fish. So
I think, not just that, but, a lot of the time you've just got to understand, you speak about foraging, and it's quite insane to just think about how much there really is out there that you can eat in your area, and people might not even know what can and can't be eaten, and that could lead to major, if you have the capability right now, there's a lot of different apps that can help you so much. And I don't mean to say that you should heavily rely on apps at all, but legitimately, the apps that are out there that can just identify plants, they'll tell you if they're edible or not.
Make use of it while you can.
100% so. It's so good to have.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with that.
Yeah,
Definitely.
familiarize yourself, you know.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, Mother Earth Garden Club. Good to see you, ma'am. And Daryl have survival popped up. Device is not connected. Probably.
Hey, by the way, Rebel Canners, thanks for being here with us. It's good to see you. And it's also Prepper for the Ages brought up a very good comment here. You know, my neighbors know I have chickens.
Hey, Costa. Good to see you again.
Hey, Shadow. Hey, Guardian.
You know, my neighbors know I have chickens.
Hey, Costa. Good to see you again.
Hey, Shadow. Hey, Guardian.
You know, my neighbors know I have chickens.
Hey, Costa. Good to see you again.
Hey, Guardian.
That's like we're in the Grand Canyon. That's how much echo we had there for a second. I think
Yep.
that it was me that is responsible for that slightly. Sorry about that. The Grand Canyon. That's how much echo we had there for a second. I think it was me that is responsible for that slightly. Sorry about that.
Hey, Howie. Good to see you, brother.
Hey, Howie. Are you interested in coming up and chatting with us on the panel? It's great that you're here.
Yeah, I think this is.
Are you interested in coming up? I would absolutely love Howie to come on to the channel, like to come up on the panel as well, and we could also speak
Yeah,
about.
I need to go.
Because he absolutely can speak about what you do when you don't have preps. You know, speak more into the fact that you can grow so much already and just be like, you know, proactive rather than reactive. You can absolutely grow a large amount of food now. You can even do guerrilla gardening. There's so much that you can make use of as well. So if you're interested in the invite, if you can't at the moment, no problem whatsoever, Howie. I know that you're usually very busy as well. You lead like a very active lifestyle, so it's completely fine. So if you can't come up, no problem. But it'd be great to have you up on the panel.
Yeah, definitely. If he wants to. If Howie wants to join us up here, it would be nice. Because it's a great source of knowledge. Especially when it comes to gardening and other things.
Yeah, there's a lot that I need to learn. You know, when
definitely.
When you get into gardening specifically, like you start realizing more and more how much you don't know. You know, it's weird.
Howie says, perhaps in a bit I have a chore, cooking food and then eating, but I would love to. Yeah, figured. Let me know when you want the link, Howie. I give it to you. Hey, Nick Miller, good to see you.
Welcome in, Nick. Good to have you here with us.
Yeah. But anyway.
There's a good question that came up as well. Are quail or chickens easier to grow in an urban environment? Like, what would be easier to raise in an urban environment? Yeah.
Are quail or chickens easier to grow in an urban environment? Probably.
I think I wouldn't know this, but I would take a wild guess and say quail. I mean, I don't know. It depends. I know that some people in our local area have quail, but I don't know anybody that. Actually, I don't want to say that I don't know anybody that has chickens. The other morning on a workout, like very early in the morning, I heard like a chicken in one of the urban areas.
You heard a rooster.
A rooster, yes, not a chicken.
Yeah.
I heard a rooster, like it was about 4:30 or 4:15, something like that. And I heard a rooster that was out there. So people do have them in the urban environments over here. But I don't know. It'll be interesting to look up. Quail are better in urban environments than chickens. There we go. And who will absolutely know about that?
Yeah, Hugo knows, has a lot of knowledge when it comes to that too. I don't. So it's nice to have Hugo as a good resource of information there.
can I say that I feel like a quail is almost like halfway between a chicken and a pigeon. That's why they do better in an urban environment. You know what I mean? Like it's more of like a pigeon type creature than, if you look at it just vaguely, like quickly. You know, I'm not saying study it or think about this too much. I'm just saying like it's quite interesting.
Prepper for the Edge says, I have both chickens and quail. The quail are inside and the crowing is loud. Yeah, I bet it is. I bet quail is not good for if you live in an apartment. They are too loud, probably.
If you guys have, I know quail, do you mean specifically quails? Because there's also guinea fowl. Guinea fowl are a whole different thing as well. Like, that are pretty good.
Quail die quicker but are quiet and do well indoors like garage. Okay, good to know.
I can imagine in a zombie apocalypse, people having quail in the garage, you know? Like,
Yeah.
Type of scenario as well.
No, but in that situation, wouldn't bunnies be better? Or rabbits, sorry.
Maybe, but wouldn't it be prone to disease, possibly, if you have them? Or would they be okay? I mean, it depends on how much lighting you've got in the garage,
I
right?
don't know, a lot of people have meat rabbits, like indoors.
Right.
And like they have rabbits in labs and stuff. And they
Seem to do okay.
I mean, I wouldn't say that. That's going a bit far. They're thriving.
Yeah, specifically when they, undergo experiments, maybe. That's
But it seems like being under stressful situations doesn't stop them from breeding. Whereas with chickens and quail, if they're under stressful situations, they won't lay eggs, and then that's like part of the reason you have them.
Yeah, but
right?
You can't eat too much rabbit meat. That's a whole other thing as well. There's a certain disease that you get.
No, but you shouldn't be eating that much meat in a survival type situation anyway.
That's also true.
Hey, J3's GS Farm. Good to see you, brother.
You can also smoke and dry out some of the meat and stuff like that as well, that you get from other things, and just kind of implement it between your diet.
Exactly.
Now, the main thing comes in as well to nutrition. Guinea fowls are amazing as alarms. They're so loud. Geese. Yeah, I was going to say geese. Geese are brilliant. Geese are so good.
And what are those little birds that are here in our area that everyone looks after? They're called?
What, badgies?
No, these little birds that stay on your...
Oh, kibikis.
Yes, what are they called?
Oh. You see, Hook's saying that rabbit is very lean. You need fat too.
Yeah, you heard about what people had been through when they ate rabbit every day for a couple of weeks. They starved to death.
That's what you can always
rabbit starvation.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. As part of a diverse diet, you can absolutely get away with it.
Rabbits can't lay eggs. No, they can't, Nick. Yeah, Huga, I agree. A rabbit produce quickly and can be outside or inside. Yeah, definitely. Guard geese work better than a vicious dog. Can be bribed with a steak, lol, to be quiet. Yeah, you get a point there. I make dog food from rabbit and can it. Yeah, that works too. Hey, Second Star, good to see you. Rabbits have pellets, although it would take several to make something. Yeah. Who has seen Watership Down?
That is one of the most amazing actual
it's so sad.
pieces
it's
of
horrible.
film. Not many people know about it, but that is incredible if you want to speak about rabbits.
Well, there's like two main versions. There's the old like Disney cartoon version, and then there's the modernized version that they had on Netflix quite recently.
I only knew about the new one.
And yeah, GP put it on. He thought it was going to be a nice little show about bunnies, and I was like, "What are you putting on for our kids? They'll be traumatized."
Yeah, we watched it before we actually like let the little ones watch it. Remember, we actually we like watched an episode, like we watched it, and then as you watch an episode, you can see it's more of like a
it's definitely very
aimed at more mature
It's
audiences.
so sad.
Yeah. No, it's definitely one of the big ones. And you don't need to feel bad about having emotions during movies. There's certain things in certain movies, like specifically when it's like animals, like that type of thing as well. And the elderly, like there's certain movies that definitely, you know, pull at a person's heartstrings and that.
Yeah, and Venerable Owl says this is a topic that should be planned for in disaster emergency planning. I suggest starting with making a plan for the likely emergencies that would occur in your area.
So
good point.
Yeah,
very
that is
good
a good point. Realistically, though, the more savage that you can be, while also remaining calm to a degree and being tactical, you can absolutely get away with almost anything in SHTF as well. When it comes to like being able to survive. You've got to be, you know, ingenuitive. You've got to be like extremely alert at all times. You've got to be an animal, and I really mean that. And you can, you know, question.
You can't panic.
Yeah,
that's
but that's what I'm saying. You've got to be tactical at the same time. You've got to be like think tactically. You've got to be like wise about every move you make, and you've got to consistently think about where your next step's going to be. You've got to play it like a game of chess. And realistically, it comes so much down to luck, like absolutely. But when it comes, so just. Go back to that comment again, because that's a really good comment. That one.
That one?
That one is also really good. Go back to the one that you were previously hovering over. Yes, from this one as well. So looking at your local areas and understanding in your area specifically, that's why, you know, I've said this a million times to people, and I really recommend that people understand the importance of this. Make good with all the people in your area, not just the people that you think that might be beneficial right now or something as well, or that you seem to like get along with. Try to be on good terms with all persons. And that is a extremely important doctrine to live by, like the whole desiderata thing. If you can make sure that you're on good terms with everybody, you'll be very surprised how much you're going to need people if we have nothing else, because people are the ultimate resource. And I'm sorry to say that. And you can argue with me as much as you want. But in every single situation, when we do not have technology at our disposal, the only thing that we have left is each other and our capability to pull and draw our skill sets in and work together fundamentally on like anything that we have to overcome. So when it does come down to it, be savage, be a community member person that is able to rile up other people as well, to like have them understand like that you have almost a singular narrative. You got to be community based. So it's definitely what I'll say about that. Brilliant topic to bring up, Venerable.
Yeah. Yep, that too. How about fish? Hydroponics. Hydroponics works, yes, but there is something called aquaponics as well. In that case, you grow fish as well. So it's a closed system. So you have veggies on top and the fish in a small pond in the bottom. And that is how it works, basically. And the plants get the nutrition from the fish. So acquiring food methods would be dictated by what emergency costs you to lose or deplete your supplies. Yeah, I agree with that. When Venerable, I definitely do. I think if you lost your preps, you could rely on forging. Yeah.
Yep, those comments go together very well. If you read that one, that comment there specifically, and then Hoog's comment here where gardening and animals long term, and then learn the edible plants in your area. Everyone has different plants available. So that's like absolutely spot on. Understanding what you can and can't eat. Welcome in, by the way, Adventures with
also
Sod.
knowing
Good to have you here.
what type of situations could impact you. Like if you're in a low-lying area that might be prone to flooding, it doesn't matter what plants are around if everything's like underwater.
Yeah, but if you have the knowledge to, essentially propagate any plants, and you do cuttings and you understand how those work.
That's long-term, babe. That's not.
It can be if you can make plugs, if you can make like vegetable plugs and stuff as well that you can be on the move with, because you can move vegetable plugs in compact solutions, so that essentially if you've got like something that you could have mobile.
No, where was it recently? Oh my gosh, I'm gonna feel so stupid if I don't remember now. Recently, they had like really bad flooding somewhere, and the people were like really struggling. Can't remember where it was.
Because they're all access to roads and any sort of supplies.
Everything gets like washed away.
Right. Even the things that you grow. So then what would you do in that situation, you know? Like that's one of those things.
Welcome Adventures with Sod. Good to see you.
MREs, I think MREs would come in hand, and then tins would actually come in hand as well. Having supply in your household. So at least having like, a month or two's reserve tins if you can actually do that.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely do agree with that.
Where is the... I'm looking at the Real Loves video, and I see a man standing in the doorway, or it's a coat. Either it's a coat, or it's a man standing in the doorway, just standing perfectly still the whole time, if you look at it closely. I'm just saying what I'm seeing in Real. I know that you can hear me and you've also been commenting, but I don't know, we can't hear you at the moment, so I don't know if you know that you on mute right now.
No, he's not muted. Learn the edible plants in your area. Everyone has different plants available. Yeah, definitely. And even if you live in a different country, you have totally different plants. So,
I'm sorry, guys. I'm having a late dinner, and I'm really hungry. And but I'm listening. And,
okay, no, you're good. Absolutely no problem. I'm just
no problem. You have to eat, buddy.
Yeah, I'm really just pulling your leg more. And about the coat in the passageway, I'd also go check if somebody said that.
Well, you know what? It's my dressing gown. It's my sort of bathrobe.
It could be used as you know what I mean? If somebody comes in and they don't know that the person's there, you could maybe just trick a person for a second. Buy yourself a couple seconds.
Trust me, they were here him first.
No, he looks healthy and happy. Great.
Yeah.
It's always good to see a happy doggy.
Come on, CJ. Outside, let me eat. Come on, good boy. I'll be with you in a car. I'm listening and getting some ideas. And I would think try not to lose your preps.
That is a really good idea and good point too. But under certain circumstances, you can lose all your preps. Let's say if tornado blow up your house.
Yeah.
And your preps fly with a tornado, you lose it.
Or a bigger fish comes along. You got to be careful of that. Yeah. You need to be cautious of that. You need to be
that too.
They're like specifically in the US, and like in the US, there's these.
Yeah, there's always going to be someone with more.
Yeah, with
pew
more,
pew pew.
Yeah, with more pew pew power than you have, basically.
Yeah. I definitely agree with that. Let's say if you visit a relative in another state, And when you get back home, somebody break into your house and find your preps and take it.
Yeah.
All of it.
Yeah, not even that. When people are desperate, they don't care if you're there or not. Like that's the thing. People could absolutely get to that situation relatively quickly, depending on the type of scenario that the person's faced with. And
Yeah, I
then
agree.
this one where you're learning edible plants. So there's that whole saying where there are many old mushroom pickers, there are many adventurous mushroom pickers, but there are not many old adventurous mushroom pickers. So you can't pick too many mushrooms that you don't know what they are, because you will not get old. You'll like end yourself pretty quickly. You've got to be very smart about like what you when you're out there, like what you can and can't eat. Sometimes things that look edible are absolutely just traps that are not edible whatsoever. And yeah, it can be the enemy as well. So definitely stick with what you know.
Yeah, but
out
also
there.
very important in that comment is knowing what is poisonous, like in your area, like knowing if something specific is like, oh, that's a poisonous berry
beforehand.
Don't, like, for example, this yellow berry that we've got out here.
Yeah, it could
like
look edible.
Purple, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, but we know because okay, it's poisonous.
Yeah, because we've looked it up as well. It's
Yeah.
called what was that one called?
Well, we've got two. We've got the umbrella tree.
Yes, the umbrella tree. That's it. Yeah.
And then we've got this one with the purple flowers.
You can, that's that. You can even bring up a quick image if you are able to quickly of the umbrella tree, and you'll see that it's got things that look like they're berries. So it looks kind of edible.
And birds eat them.
Yeah. So you can't always watch that too. You can also do the edibility test, where you're able to test something if it's toxic or not, by like essentially rubbing some on your skin, opening the plant, or on the berry, rubbing some on your skin, and then also putting it somewhere in like a sensitive part, like underneath your arm, and then also taking a little bit as well, and then being able to like put it a slight little bit underneath your tongue to see if there's like a reaction as well, like it's in a desperate situation. Another scenario, you've been bugging in for long term and you've depleted your supplies. Very, very good point. Yeah, that's another thing that can happen. Like movies like The Road speak about exactly that, where you just everything, all the resources have been taken already. What do you do then?
Yeah, and that, by the way, that is a good movie. I have watched that movie, and it's awesome. It's a sad story, but it's the reality, at least in the movie. For them, it's the reality, and even if it's sad. So
I feel like if you have supplies, though, while you have supplies, you should be preparing for when they do run out, so that you don't run into a situation when you've been bugging in for too long. Like, while you've got stuff, you should be preparing for when you don't. So like growing something or something like that.
Yeah, also the lifespan of certain plants, like that you plan on living off. Like certain lifespans of certain plants are more annuals, and then your plants, if you don't have backup, that's like a next crop and some seedlings in the ground. Because growing in that, you can absolutely end up with like your older plants passing away, like basically dying, and then you have nothing to consistently have that rotation.
Hey, Ciara, good to see you, brother. Hey, Verna, good to see you, ma'am. If you lost all of your preps, you will probably need to barter for what you need. So having bartering skills would be helpful. I agree. And here's the kicker. You need also to have things to barter with. That's the problem.
Sorry, go ahead.
Hopefully you have something you can barter with left. Okay, that is a good option, but you always need to have something to barter with. But bartering skills is a good idea too.
Welcome in, Justin. Good to have you here with us in the chat. And I just also want to say to the chat this evening that everybody's been extremely interactive, and it's great when people are like posing questions and also like commenting on certain things. It makes it so much more engaging for the people on the panel. So just really appreciate you guys.
Yeah, I agree. Justin Anderson, good to see you. I obviously fall behind on the chat. It happens sometimes.
Yeah, no, it's one of those things. It's absolutely fine. It definitely happens.
Werner says, like I was teaching people this morning how to start sweet potato slips. Okay. Might be chips. I did both rabbits and quail inside.
It can be both. It can be sweet potato chips.
Yeah.
Like the only thing that I struggle with about sweet potatoes is they grow quite nicely, but actually like going to harvest sweet potatoes and find them, the tubers can be a little bit challenging. So I have different techniques when it comes to what I grow them in, so that process becomes a lot easier. Because it can be quite troublesome if you plant them just generally in the ground to go and search and dig in there by the sweet potatoes. And sometimes you'll be surprised at how it can be a little bit challenging to find.
Yeah. Venerable Owl says, assistance from community organizations, shelters, or emergency relief agencies like Red Cross. Yeah, that's enough. If they're still operational, it would be nasty if they wouldn't be operational. If you had skills in knowing what plants to cook with or making medicinals from plants, you would be valuable to a group. I agree. But that takes a lot of practice, and you need to know a lot of plants, and especially medicinal plants, because that can be really tricky. Because it's from person to person. Some can be allergic to a certain plant, but otherwise it's a good idea, but you need to take that in consideration too. So, and herbal medicines, well, it's good if you know how to use it, and you need a lot of knowledge to use them and handle them. You need to have the knowledge on what they are for and what they are not for. So Bay says, also skills to make things from crutching to building, sewing to cooking. Perhaps one day your skill is what is needed that you can barter for. Yeah. And CR says, I feel chipper here now. Yes, how to take the food you have left and regrow new food from it, like onion, etc., and harvesting seeds. Yeah, that is another thing.
Just a side note quickly, preparedness veteran obviously would have been here, but he's just away for the weekend. So
I know. I know. He gave me a notice on that earlier this week, so I know he's in Scotland.
Yeah, and that's such a beautiful country. Like if you think about some of the the castles specifically, like for somebody that really likes castles, like there's so many castles in Scotland.
Yeah, it is. And Huga says, yes, how to take the food you have left and regrow new food from it. Like, yeah, okay, and harvesting seeds. And growing in containers are the best. IMHO when it comes to sweet potatoes or white. Okay. I have both of those knowledges, CB. Good to know, Werner.
Excuse me. I think things like I'm wondering what you guys think about this, Guardian Shadow. Like inheritance. Some people might be thinking, well, I'm gonna use my inheritance to buy sort of prepping stuff, and it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
all your preps are gone then. Haven't got.
U.S. have talked about ending FEMA, the U.S. government emergency assistance agency, and leaving the aid to the individual states. Okay.
I think so. Daria Love, I think that's a lot of the preps that are quality of life can be utilized, and it's kind of I think you'll maybe agree with me on this, that the longer that you are actively into preparedness and it's a part of your lifestyle, I think that like there's certain things that just start becoming your way of life and your chosen ways to live. Like even it comes down to simple things like the type of watch that you choose. Like if you have a wristwatch, something like that, which seems like very silly, but like if you have an extremely rugged one, you start living in a life where, like in an essay like that, a perfect example, like having something that can consistently provide you like an accurate way of depicting like the town. And you guys know the GS 6900 that I wear as well, also very rugged. That is what I'm saying about lifestyle and making the right choices so that even in the case of things that you're always capable of being, switching through. Yeah, Daria Love, go for it.
Venerable Owl says, scavenge for non-perishable food items, canned goods, dried foods from abandoned locations. Yeah, that's another good idea.
It's true. Being a prepper, we do sort of pick up ideas as well along the way. Alternative ways of making a fire. If we haven't got a gas stove, we can sort of go to just normal wood. Being able to improvise is going to be very important. Improvising how to make a pack. Excuse me. So if you're good at scavenging, might be a good idea to start now. Like, just as you walk down the road, just see things. You think, oh, that's useful. I can use that in a situation, in a SHS situation. It'd be terrible if you lose all your preps. But yet, so many things can happen. Like Shadow said, a hurricane can come. A flood can come. You might not even be able to get to your preps.
Yeah, that is another thing. You won't be able to get to them because you are in the different side of the country at the other end of it. So that would be that is something your preppers don't think about, really.
Yeah. Well, that's why I say it's good to have caches. And I had an idea about making a cache, but basically it's not just food. It's actually a mixture of stuff like a change of clothes, for example, hygiene, a small little hygiene kit, some food, obviously, just some little things. I mean, it's like a squirrel mentality. Squirrels, when winter's come in, they're done hide food all over the place, and that's how they get through the winter. So I think cache is a good idea. If you do happen to lose, maybe split your gear up. Don't have all your stuff in one place. I mean, like Shadow just said, if you're on the other side of the country, I mean, really, if you're on the other side of the country, Shadow, you should have your bug out bag with you in the car for a start.
Yeah,
and some extra supplies in the vehicle as well. But yeah, maybe maybe don't put all your stuff in the same place. Have caches, so if you do lose a load of stuff, you've got some backup stuff.
16 quick growing veggies.
Yeah, so this is something that can come in great handy to people as well to understand the things that can quickly be edible. The real love, I'm sure that you also find this quite interesting when it comes to what we can plant very quickly and then be able to harvest. So if you look at this, it's radishes, baby carrots, cucumbers, baby beetroot, turnips. beans, spinach or silver beetroots as well, arugula or rocket, bok choy, which is really healthy for you too, lettuce, zucchini and squash, broccoli, snow peas, green onions, kale, and cress. So the reason why I bring these up is it's just really good to have a bit of a seed vault. And if you have a bit of a seed vault as well, having compact things like that can grow, and then you can harvest them relatively quickly, like after even being able to plant them, if you're in a bit of a stickler and you're only able to forage and you want to also start like a small little bit of a garden, and you want to be able to just, even if you, and then you can go one up. And that's what I was speaking about earlier, about having plugs that you can transport. Because vegetable plugs, if you create like little plugs as well that you buy from like a nursery, for example, you create vegetable plugs, and then they're small little compact plants that quickly grow into mother plants as well that you can harvest off of. What you can also do is, while things are pretty good in certain, not pretty good, they're, for a lot of people in a lot of places right now, things are like absolutely horrible. But for the most part, like right now, what you can do is you can get certain plants that you can quickly take cuttings off, and then you can transport those cuttings if you needed to as well. So yeah, it's just a bit of knowledge on that.
Yeah. And Huga says if you lost your preps, clean water would be an immediate need. Definitely.
Yeah.
So you take cloth and you tie cloth around.
Okay.
Enjoy the birthday party, Rebel. Have a lovely one. Enjoy your weekend as well. So obviously, if you have no access to water, one of the quick ways to do so is to take cloth around your legs, around your shins, and you tie it around your shins and you walk through long grass, and then it picks up a large amount of that a lot of that moisture in the water early in the morning, pretty much any long grass wherever you can, and you squeeze out a lot of that into containers. That's why containers are one of the 5 C's of survival, because you need those containers around. So that's one of the ways to quickly be able to get water. You can also dig for water. It can exhaust you, so you've got to be cautious in how much you're willing to do that of. But you can always dig, because depending on where you are, there's usually water if you dig down.
Congrats, Rainbow, for reaching 2,500. Awesome.
Excuse me. There's also a method where you can put like clear plastic bags, big ones, on tree branches through the night.
Yeah.
And then you just tie a little corner, and then in the morning you should have a few drops of water in that bag.
It is not much, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. And you put up enough of them, a couple of them as well on a tree, and there you go. There you're sorted. And then you also are able to make solar stills. Like if you haven't made a solar still experiment, because it doesn't work the first or second time, trust me.
Yeah, you've got to know what you can use to make the solar still, but then you like dig a hole and you get bags like plastic as well.
Yeah, and then you put some foliage in at the bottom, but you've got to be careful in what foliage you're using.
Because it doesn't work with just anything.
Yeah, it doesn't. I've tried and I've gone back and I've done all sorts of things with solar stills to really make sure that they work correctly. And if you don't do it the right way, yeah, it's, as Kay says, it's going to be a problem.
Huga says, realistically, this scenario shows lone wolves will have it much harder. Definitely.
Amen. No man is an island. You are so stuffed if you don't have a group. If you don't have like people that you can trust at least a little bit. You should never be trusting people a whole lot, but you should at least trust some people a little bit.
I agree with that.
You've got to give a benefit of the doubt. I give people the benefit of the doubt, but if they mess up, then I know. But yeah. There's actually a bit of scripture that tells us to look at the ants. To look at the ants, how they work together. They work as a community, and what's it?
Not sure of the scenario, but the rule of 3 comes into mind. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. It, this topic will come from, I say it again, and then it was Jeff Tech, Mark's idea for this topic. So I thought, why not go ahead?
It's a tough one. It's a bit of a tough one.
Yeah, it is. But but it is actually a good topic.
Yes.
Because normally preppers don't think about it. What happens if my preps are gone? Now what? That's
maybe it's the different person. Maybe it's like the way that a person approaches this topic. But that is legitimately all I think about when it comes to preparedness as well. Like, is almost like level of fitness, like fitness preparedness. I'm not going to get into that, but you guys know like how seriously I take that. I really do take fitness extremely seriously. I realize completely how important combat situations can be. And then not only that, but I definitely see that knowledge and having very little has always kind of been the approach as well. Even when it comes to having an inch kit, like the amount of time and days and days and years, like upon over like a large amount of years, have I spent like an immense amount of time just reorganizing, repacking, retesting, trying to find out which gear works best. You know, just trial and error, a lot of field work as well, going out hiking, camping,
good to see
certain gear. But it's always been with the mindset of like, I might not have any of this, you know.
Yeah, I'm always thinking about losing stuff, and that's why I always say to people, you know, remember your first line of defense is your clothing. I mean, if you lost everything, but at least if you got sort of like, especially these days, I encourage people to buy outdoor clothing. You know, your cargo trousers, your outdoor type clothing, shirts, jumpers, what have you, boots, good pairs of boots, good pairs of socks. I mean, you get caught with your fashion gear in an SHTF situation. You're wearing your Gucci shirt, a Shadow, your Gucci Friday night shirt, and then we're caught out in the SHTF situation.
Oh, and, Lord, you would stick out like a sore thumb.
Yeah. So, I mean, I always say to people, even from now on, all right, I want, I'm not saying don't go out with some shorts sometimes and whatever, but you don't know. We're coming to the time now where so many things can happen, so many variables, and it's important to test your gear. It's important to get your boots worn in as well. If you got a brand spanking pair of boots on, it can get very uncomfortable very quick. So yeah, always have a first line of defense, your clothing, and have little things in your pocket, small little everyday carry things that you carry. Generally people carry a lighter. You need that for fire starting. Sometimes people carry things like chapstick in your pocket. Yeah. Chapstick's very handy. Some people have little little keys they carry with them, a little multi-tool, a little knife. So, I mean, at least you've got something on you if you do lose your preps. But yeah, if as well, maybe start learning from now, survival skills, like Guardian saying there as well about gardening stuff, having some seed kits. But I mean, if you've lost all your kit, I mean, again, it goes to having some little caches, little caches. My idea was to have some caches with a spare set of clothes, even that at least I can and perhaps some water, and just a little bit of food, just to get me by.
Yeah, I agree, definitely.
But definitely, yeah, testing our gear. There's a lot of a lot of gimmicky stuff out there now.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of gimmick stuff, and that stuff is not that of a good quality as you would like to. So that is what we could call basically wall ninja stuff, basically.
I mean, that'd be terrible, really. You know, you're prepped up all that time for some situation to happen, and then you've lost all your stuff. That'd be just like horrific. Yeah.
Yeah, but it is a possibility that you can lose your stuff.
Someone did put in the chat earlier how planning for this as well, planning for that situation is a good idea. And there's different ways of planning. If you know, if you've lost all your stuff. There we go. Heggy Homestead. I've moved, so I dug up a couple of caches. I will open one now and let you all know what's in it. Here we go.
Yeah,
Heggy Homestead is gonna.
Yeah, Venerable, if that's the case that you're living in, that's amazing. Currently, Venerable Al, and I quote, currently the 5 homes that surround my home and all share crops with each other. And in the flood here 3 years ago, so brought us closer and we all helped each other. Even having like that mentality right now, if you're able to be on top of that thing and you are at least, like there's a whole other saying that you don't want to poopy on your doorstep, if you want to say it that way. The whole reality of it is you should always just try and keep on good terms, specifically if somebody's going to be living in such close proximity to you.
Yeah.
Because if you guys have like any sort of drama or incidents or something like that, it can quickly go like completely, feet up. So you've got to be quite careful in how you interact with people that are so close to you. You want them close, but never too close that they start to, potentially have an insight and start to feel like they're entitled in certain ways into your personal life, or that you owe them something. Because unfortunately, we live in a world these days, and many of you may, recognize this and resonate with this as well. But I think that we live in a world where people feel almost that they're owed something, that they're like, people feel like you have to give them something, and if you don't, even if that be time of yours, that you're at fault, that type of thing as well. It's just, I'm not saying that everybody's like that, but it definitely is a kind of unfortunate mentality that's, I guess, arisen from social media kind of mentality that's out there.
Yeah. Huga says, give me a minute. It is sealed pretty good. Well, that's awesome. Even if it takes a minute or two to open it.
I'd have stuff like a spare pair of boots, spare pair of socks, spare clothes, some water, some food, and perhaps maybe a spare torch.
Yeah. And don't forget the batteries extra.
Yeah.
First aid, buddy. First aid.
Yeah, that too, definitely.
First aid, medical.
Yeah. The fact that you start with boots means you know what you're talking about. Because if you've done any sort of hiking or any sort of long distance trekking, and you've seen what fails quite often, and even if you've been on group hikes, it's almost always that you'll find that 1 or 2 people have a problem with their boots, that their shoes will start coming loose or something like that. So having spare boots, that's the first thing you said. Well done. And also, I don't know if you might have mentioned flashlight. Did you mention flashlight? A torch?
Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Yeah. And also having the ability to make a fire. People overlook this, but everybody should absolutely go to any store that sells perhaps, kids' toys or plastics and that, and you buy yourself those really big magnifying glasses. Because what happens is those magnifying glasses are very high quality and durable. They really are strong. And you can also increase their strength by wrapping Gorilla Taping around the out. So you take it out of its frame. The frames are usually plastic and rubbish. But the actual large ones made for kids, those magnifying glasses, are very long, hardy, and sturdy. And then what you do is you take something like a good quality Gorilla Tape and you tie the taping completely around that magnifying glass a whole bunch of times. It'll make the magnifying glass that much more sturdy. So even if it lands on a horizontal or surface angle of any type, it'll stay pretty reliable as well. And you can make fire whenever you need to, considering like the heating conditions as well. So a really strong, durable magnifying glass is an absolute must-have for anybody in those type of scenarios with caching as well.
Alternative to that is my wallet here.
Yep.
And, you know, so you've lost all your preps. And as Guardian just said, I mean, it's not the biggest magnifying glass, but it's like a Fresnel lens.
Yeah.
I keep one of those in my wallet. I keep a little card with some survival stuff.
Yeah, that's awesome.
A little multi-tool with some cordage, a little blade on there, some little tools, and for bare essentials, on this side, it's got a little pocket. On this side, I don't know if you can see that in there, I keep a couple of sewing needles.
Yeah, I can see safety pin.
Safety pin, sewing needle, and even some, it's inside here, a little packet, a glass repair screwdriver kit. It fits in my wallet. It's so small. Little screwdriver set for my glasses, and there's even some little thread in here just in case I need to sew a button. So even little things on you. If you lose your preps, you've got stuff on you that you can use. You've got your belt. Another good idea if you lose all your gear is if you've do you know those trousers with the cargo pants with the string on the bottom that you tie?
Yeah,
I'm absolutely familiar with those. Yeah, I use them often, and then you can replace that with paracord. Yes,
exactly. I was just about to say you can replace that with paracord or with the fire cord. So you've got the paracord, but you've got the fire cord, which has got the, you know, the light, fire light and stuff in it. So you can do your trousers with the paracord. You can do your shoelaces.
There's a level up you can go, and they've gotten pretty good at it with survival cord, where you actually have survival cord that's a bit thicker, but it has paracord. It has all the different cordage.
That's the one, yeah. Survival cord. I wanted to say, not fire cord. Yeah, survival cord. That's the one. Yeah.
And it's got a fishing line in it. It's got it's got everything that you could possibly need as well in terms of like a certain amount of cordage. And you can double wrap it around the bottom as well of your seams, so you can like have it running twice around as well. And then you've got cargo pants to have with the.
And who guys up?
Oh, we're going to see a cash now. I'm excited for this. We're gonna see a cash box.
Hey, there we go. Where's the cash box? Oh. Okay, let's see what I thought was important to put in the cash when I first started prepping. Right, here we go.
These should be entertaining. Now, don't make fun of me, okay? This is when I first started. All right, I got a pair of gloves in there. Good pair of working gloves.
I thought you was going to say a teddy bear.
Yeah.
I thought the first thing you was going to say was a teddy bear at the top.
I have no idea. This is a surprise.
Gloves, fantastic.
I've got a plastic fork and a spoon, which I don't need. I don't know. Maybe you would. Got a waterproof matches. Got hand sanitizer. Got a lighter wrapped in. This is coming out of an ammo can, by the way. A lighter wrapped with duct tape around it.
Excellent.
What is this? Oh, toilet paper. I thought I needed that.
Yeah.
This has got This is a little first aid kit. Got like a
Good.
wrapped in a hairband because trust me, I need that.
Check.
I don't know what this is. This is paper. I think these are clips, big, strong clips like you'd clip a tarp with. A little, ooh, that's probably no good. A towel, like a washcloth or a towel that is compressed down.
Yeah, those are
Good for hygiene.
handy.
Earplugs. I cannot live I cannot sleep. I have a hard time sleeping. I have a couple of tea bags in there.
Oh, you've got to have a brew.
I've got Ziploc, or what do you call these? Zip ties.
Zip ties, yeah.
Yeah, just in case we've got to tie up CR because he's going nuts.
There's a bandana, bottle of
Only
water,
kidding, CR.
a flavor packet for water.
Good idea.
Yep,
A
definitely.
bar of soap.
Did we
All
miss
this is my ammo can, you guys. I stuffed a lot in there.
Did we miss the water purification tablets?
No, I guess I didn't have this in there.
You
I've got a
them.
little sample thing of all these different meds. I've got a knife, a box
Good.
cutter, beef jerky,
Excellent.
and that's probably no good. I've got some food in here, but it's not food I would put in there now.
Good ones, CR.
Couple things, a rain poncho, and a couple things of water. Or not
Good
water,
to have.
things of,
Shelter, multi-purpose coat, shelter.
couple dollars in there, and couple coins. And this is wrapped in tinfoil. What is this? Oh, this is paper and pen. Okay.
Okay.
Little
Good
post-it
to
note pen, little post-it notes and pen. So that's basically what I thought at the time. I think
Well, that's very good. That sounds like a very good little useful kit. I mean, if you had nothing and you dug up that, I mean, you've got shelter, you've got ways to start fire, you've got a little bit of
Hey,
food
Vanessa,
there.
good to see you.
Got a little instant coffee packet. Need that.
Couple of tea bags.
Yeah.
No cuddly toy.
No cuddly toy, but I think I would put, like you said, the water purification tablets would probably be good, and maybe more than a rain poncho, maybe a
water filter too would be.
Yeah, but that's good. Yeah, some kind of container.
I still would, if I had lost all my preps or had been on my way to my bug out, I still would have been happy to get this. That's for sure.
Yeah, that would have been a very good. This is why I say to people, caches is a great idea, and you don't have to be big. There can be like, say, for example, a 5-gallon bucket, just to get you a change of clothes.
There's a bag in here. So, yeah, there's that too.
Some bags, did you say?
Yeah.
Bags, good. What rubbish bags?
Yeah, I guess it's. I thought it was a bandana. It's actually kind of like a bag, but you can use it for both, I guess.
Handy,
a garbage bag would be good. You can use that for a lot of things. I think who was it? Was it Les Stroud? One of the survivalist guys, when asked what he'd want, if he could only have 2 items in the bush. And one, of course, everybody always says knife, and the other one was a contractor plastic bags, because he could do so much with it, and it's something you can't reproduce in nature. But yeah, I'm glad I opened this because I'm going to repack it better now.
No, it's great. It's a great, and it's good that because we were talking about it tonight as well, and it's very handy that you actually have one. And you've opened it up. I mean, I do food buckets. I packed 2 in 2020. So what I'm going to do around about 2:30, if I get that far, I'm planning to open up the cache and see if all the stuff's all right in there. But other than that, you know, I would say don't have everything in one place. Or I mean, obviously you've got your home stuff. You know, you've got to have that in one place. But I don't know. It's a tough one, Shadow. Very tough one.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, I'm not in a position to have weapons in every one. I would rather have more caches than to have, you know, really something I would be upset losing.
Yeah. Yes. More caches.
Yeah, in case it gets found or whatever.
Yeah, and it's because it's like like if you've got like a 200 or if you've got like a $500 knife. In each cache is going to be very expensive indeed. But if you've got like a little Moira knife, what are they in America? $10, $15.
Yeah.
So they're cheap enough, and even cheaper ones than that. Really, you don't even need to have. You know, a Moira knife is actually a very good knife, especially the heavy duty ones. I mean, I watched one guy, and he was just puncturing a car bonnet with a flipping Moira. I couldn't believe it. It's like, wow. And yeah, lots of caches is a good idea.
On the plus side, it looks like it stayed dry on the inside.
Right. So, any rot or mold?
No. It looks like it stayed dry. It was sealed pretty good. So there's that. That's good.
Did you say it was what kind of cache? What kind of container is it?
An ammo can.
An ammo can.
Ammunition can, yeah.
Is that the ones that sort of fold up? They've got a lid on it.
Yeah, the lid's attached and it kind of just folds down and latches shut.
Right, yeah. Wow, and you managed to seal the stuff pretty good in there.
Yeah. I mean, everything inside it was also in a Ziploc plastic bag, you know.
Right. So you
wet.
Up, yeah.
But, yeah.
Well,
I mean,
whatever container you got,
you know.
Something solid, something waterproof, something that you can, and obviously double bag them as well inside.
Yeah.
So would you say that's a success?
Yeah, because it stayed dry.
Right.
I'm going to improve it, but at least it's something, and I would have been happy to have this if I didn't have anything else.
Plus, you said you would have been very happy to have the stuff. Well, of course.
Yeah. Imagine what that would do for your morale, you know, to lose all your stuff and then find a cache and, you know, now you have things that you didn't think you were going to have, you know.
Well, you just said something important there. Good for your morale. So good for our worrying minds is if we have things spread around. So, okay, I lost my preps. I didn't manage to get my boots on, but I've got a food, what do you call it? Food grade bucket with a spare pair of boots in it, some socks, some water purification tablets. Initially, I think even just a couple of bottles of water. Hey, Shadow, just grab the water out and job done. You don't have to mess about. And some purification tablets would be good.
Yeah, and water filter too, like mini Sawyer, that would fit perfectly in that.
Okay, I've got a question for everybody here tonight. If you had one little favorite item that you could put in your cache, what would it be? One luxury item that you could put in your cache. What would it be?
That is a good question.
I would say some sort of candy.
I was just thinking Mars bars.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
but you can't put anything in there that's gonna melt. You know, you have to put like hard candies or something.
Yorkies.
But that would be lovely.
Very hard chocolate. Yorkies would be very nice little prize. You know. Shadow, what would your luxury item be?
Well, it would probably be the best water filter you can buy.
That's not luxury, though.
Yeah, a luxury item.
Yeah, that's luxury for me because that would cost me probably $8,800 or something.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a gravity filter. You know what I mean? I forgot the name of it.
Berkey's you're talking about?
Yeah, Berkeley. Yeah.
Well, that's a big. You'd need a big cache for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they have smaller ones too. So
that would
but miles and miles. This is absolutely my favorite. If I could have any luxury item in a cache, this is hours and hours of entertainment, because once you've got the basics sorted out and you've got some food growing, you've got some trip, the hanging hooks with the fish for the fishing lines specifically as well, and some fish nets, some fish catchment areas. You've got a lot of things set up that really make your life a lot more simpler out there, specifically if you've adapted to it after a while. And something like this is from the old world that you might not have access to is absolutely priceless.
Okay, my luxury item.
Okay, the guitar.
I thought of one. How about a photograph of your family or your loved ones?
Yeah, I got one ready. My mum and dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's in
Laminated.
like a laminated envelope.
Yep. You should have one in your bug out bag too, of your family and your pets, in case everybody, because if something happens, say a natural disaster or something, you're all going to get separated and everybody's looking for everybody. So you want to have a picture to say.
That's a great idea. That's very good. Make note of that, guys. That's a fantastic idea.
With your dog or your cat or whatever, if you know that something's coming up, you can take a Sharpie, take a permanent marker and write your phone number or write your information, your address, something on their belly, so that hopefully they can get returned back to you. Write your name, something that, in case they lose their collar or lose their, but you can also write your information on the inside of the collar.
Hey, Teresa, good to see you.
Now, if I had a kid, I'd do it to my kid too. I would literally take a permanent marker and write it on your write it right onto the kid.
Yeah, that looks like a permanent marker.
Yeah. Yeah, in fact, I was going through the process of, I've got all my photographs. It's funny you should say that. You should organise your photographs, because I've got them all out in front of me on the desk. And I was actually trying to say, I want to cut my photographs right down to, a nice amount, and then a lot of people complain when they have some kind of disaster where they've lost their house. They lost everything, and the people say, out of everything that they've lost, it's the photographs that they feel more saddened about, because you can get stuff back, you can get a new fridge, you can get a new TV, but photographs of family you might not ever be able to get back. Yeah,
I'm sure there's people in California with the fires are experiencing some of that. You should have your photographs backed up onto a drive, drive someplace other than your house.
Well, again, that's a good reason to have caches. And I mean, you could have several. You might lose that one USB. I mean, then you'll be really gutted if you've lost your photographs. There we go. And my luxury item, I've got Teresa saying my luxury item would be an MP3 player with tons of music to listen to.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, absolutely. So I have a funny story to tell you all about my caches, okay? When I sold my house, I had one cache that was in an ammo box, a plastic ammo box, and it was up in the attic. And I had forgotten about it.
Wow.
And the realtor contacted me and said, hey, the new owner wants you to remove the box that's in the attic. And I thought, I can leave a box in the attic. I don't know what you're talking about. And they said, yeah, they think it's a deceased pet or something.
Huh?
Well, I write on my boxes like rest in peace, Spot.
Sorry.
Because if somebody finds it, they're not going to think it's a cache. They're going to leave it alone. So I had written that on the box, and they didn't want to touch it. They were like,
Well, it worked.
Move the pet remains out of the attic. But it is a good thing to do to, if your preps mark them Christmas or something like that, that somebody wouldn't bother them, or your cache, they think that you've buried a pet instead of your cache.
Well, we was talking about that last week. Bob was saying how to disguise yourself as like a trash, your stuff to look like a rubbish tip. You might be sort of walking along with your trolley of your stuff, and then you've got an ability to make it look like a pile of rubbish.
Yeah.
To disguise it.
Right.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, CR's got a joke there for us. Cashing up with everyone feels nice here.
Har, 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 har. Get up here, CR.
Hey, GP, is that your dog?
One day.
Wow. One day you want one like that.
That's my favorite breed, yeah.
It's
Absolutely.
beautiful. Long-haired German Shepherd.
Yes, sir.
Make sure you get a straight back.
We have our GSD at the moment. It's just, and she's an amazing doggy as well. It's just like, I specifically will always stick with this breed, and it's been a very long time since I've had like my own dog kind of thing, because the dog's usually either my wife's or the kid's dog, or you know what I mean? Like, it's just, you kind of put them first when it comes to priority of who's getting a dog.
Yeah.
But it's always something like, I absolutely love them. Like it's really a breed that I'll stand by for the rest of my life is GSDs. Not based on the, fictional works of Hollywood, but more just based on like actual like track record of police work, military service, and that as well.
Great dog. Great dog.
Yeah.
Very, very.
Didn't know a GSD is a German Shepherd dog. Those of us that have them always call them GSDs. It's just easier, and when you're chatting about it.
Frighteningly
guys,
intelligent
as
dogs.
grocery cart and garbage bags could go a long way to hide preps in transport. I agree.
That's smart, Grumpy. That's a good one.
What about having some skunk spray?
I heard about the skunk spray.
Well, if there's people coming close to you, maybe you could just sort of quickly spray it, like between them and yourself, like quickly when they don't see you spray it, and they might smell you and they might think, well, we'll stay away from that person.
Yeah.
If you've got the ability, and if there are
self-defense
edges of, the one thing about hiding caches is it doesn't even always need to necessarily be underneath the ground, or in like specific hidden hiding spots. There's a way that a lot of here in South Africa during some of our wars that occurred, there's a way that what people do is they'll take a rucksack or a backpack or a hiking bag, and a lot of the time that the rucksacks that we hear were these army colored, kind of that army brown, if you guys are familiar with a regular army brown. So now what they'd do is you'd get these army brown colored rucksacks, and what they would do is they'd take ropage and they'd tie it to a tree nearest the edge of a cliff, and they'd take, so it's pretty thick, strong, durable ropage as well. They tie it to a tree, low down on that tree. They cover it with a large amount of soil and a bit of foliage as well. They let that rope go off the cliff, and they hang their rucksacks and their caches off of the side of a cliff. Because most of the time, like, these cliffs are pretty high up as well in certain areas, so nobody's really going to be at the bottom looking up at the cliff and expecting them to even see that. So it's a really, really good way to be able to hide your cache. And of course, there's rain and that as well that can occur. But if your rucksack and if your cache is designed specifically for outdoors, rain won't even bother you as well. Like rain's not going to really hamper like certain items.
You know, it's a good idea.
Store everything or your preps in watertight.
I've got a little name for it for you, Guardian. A little name for goat caches.
Yeah, it's not a bad one.
Goat's caches.
I think everybody's cache is going to be slightly different depending on where you live and the terrain. If I was in the city, a silcock key might be something that would be good.
Yeah.
To have.
Good idea. Yeah. Yeah, that's good as well because obviously, yeah, caches will be different in different locations depending. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, that's why I say having heavy soil and foliage over it as well. So having like being able to just put back that so there aren't those lines that are exposed. That's the exact reason why having like that soil over it and that foliage is the reason why that is in place. So that people don't just see like a random rope or cordage lying on the ground, because then it's pretty obvious for them to just see and take as well. But for the most part, quite a large amount of like the trees and shrubbery as well are so dense that nobody's really going to be able to see that easily either, because you can just do it where there's an area where there's a bush between a tree and an edge, and you have like the problem solved. It is a tactic that they used South Africa in the Bush Wars. For those of you who know the South African Bush Wars, and there's a lot of different strategic elements that come from that era, and a lot of things that people here, native people, as well as people that came from different countries as well, started implementing just to be able to survive the extreme level of, the South African bush isn't always friendly.
Okay, Venerable, I'll take care. Stay safe. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Stay safe, Venerable. Good to see you, buddy.
Grumpy says urban survival is totally different from wilderness survival, and I agree with that.
Yeah.
Well, our ground freezes, so that's a good idea for us too, because it'd be really hard to dig something up when the ground's super frozen. You don't carry around a big shovel either. If you do have a shovel, you probably are going to have a little foldable camping shovel, and so the hanging it over a cliff is a much better idea.
There are ways of disguising stuff, like Guardian was saying. Like I see some guy built a little survival shelter within a felled tree. This tree was really thick, and he was able to sort of make a little shelter within the tree. Because someone said there, you could cut the line to your kit.
That was Vanessa Kitty who said that.
Vanessa, yeah. But there's ways of disguising and hiding your stuff.
And you got to remember where it is too. You got to go back.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, I've got a squirrel friend, and I watch him running around, and I think to myself, how does he remember everywhere where he's put all the stuff? And sometimes I put out loads of nuts, and I watch him coming back and going, coming back, going, coming back, going, and you think to yourself, how do they remember where they keep putting their nuts?
They don't, and that's how certain trees actually propagate. Certain trees have evolved to actually have propagation through that method.
Wow.
So they'll only get propagated through that method as well. So it's rather interesting how the interaction between fauna and flora, like the animal kingdom and plant kingdom, like the way that they interact with each other is sometimes extremely interesting. Not only that, but like if you plant a garden, there's that whole saying that plant a garden and nature will come. If you have a lot of different types of trees and shrubbery in your garden, you'll be surprised the different level of bugs that start to come into your garden, and it starts to come alive. True. That's absolutely amazing.
It's true, yeah. I mean, we can learn a lot from that as well. Somehow, I mean, like you're saying, an animal may eat a plant, then somewhere down the line they'll sort of come out the other end. And then, they'll plant it somewhere else. It's traveled with them in their gut. And they've, the seed
And
comes out the other end.
Vanessa says here, do you use paper maps and compass to orient to your stash positions? Yeah.
So that's a good question. For myself personally, not at all. I absolutely know how to find my bearings with a compass. I definitely know, and I've trained a lot of other people how to use a compass correctly. So absolutely, when it comes to orienteering, it's no stress whatsoever, and I'm absolutely comfortable with that. However, because of understanding the landscapes and the places already that I've been and that I would intend to bug out to specifically, I know the landscapes well enough, very, very well, to the point, because I've hiked them broken, I've hiked them flat already, and I understand the terrain locally a lot better than most people would because of the extent of my hiking trips. Not just myself, but group hikes, understanding exactly which areas, and that's why through caching, I know just there's a lot of different landmarks. There's a lot of ways like that. But if I needed to rely on the compass, absolutely. It's a very, very good question.
Yeah, I agree, definitely. But you need to know what you're doing. If you don't know how to use a compass or map.
Yeah, you should definitely try and just familiarize yourself with those type of like specifically map reading. It can be so important.
Because if you're not doing it correct, you will forget where your cache is, and that is not a good option. So
I have to say that I was very good and didn't make the comment when they were talking about the squirrels trying to find the nuts, that the male squirrels wouldn't ask for directions.
Vanessa says, yes, you may know terrain and regions you're in or will be in, but if you get stuck at a place away, you may need navigation aids to get to them. I agree with that too.
The thing is, if you understand the mountains well enough, once you understand the mountains well enough, even if you're disoriented, like you'll absolutely be able to find like your caches just based on certain landmarks. And if I was in an area where I needed the compass, then I wouldn't have any caches available either, because the only places where caches are like obviously logical for somebody in my position to have would be places 100% so that are very easy to find, like for a person that's traveled those areas extensively. So yeah, if I was in a different region completely, I wouldn't have caches and I wouldn't do that, if you know what I mean.
Also, a cache doesn't necessarily have to be in the bushes or in the wilderness. It could be at a friend's house. It could be at a friend's garage. It could be, you know, in someone's garden that you know.
Yeah.
Preferably on the outskirts of town, if it's somebody's garden.
Yes.
Find a friend that lives right on the outside of town, if at all possible, or think of somebody that does that you know, and
or
just
near the highway, even near the highway. So it ain't a big chore to go. You know where you're driving past that way, and it's literally there's miles and miles and miles of highway, like motorways, and you know the chances of them going to be, you know, digging up every part of that highway where your little cache is.
Impossible. That's impossible.
Exactly. So it'll give you somewhere to stash away some little bucket, some little, and so you know you could drive like around London. We've got the M25, for example, and you know that's that's outside of London, so that would be perfect if you've got stuff hidden near highways, even near rivers, like Guardian's saying, you've got landmarks, you've got things, you know, near a bridge. Oh well, I know that bridge. I've got a, you know, and again, the chances of workmen digging up that particular spot, you know, over miles and miles and miles of motorway is going to be very slim.
Yeah, and time consuming.
Yeah, I mean, so I mean, I used to travel to Cyprus sometimes to go and see my father, and I'd have an extra kit there. It's there. You know, I didn't need to travel with it, so I'd have a cache doesn't necessarily have to be in the wilderness. It could be in a friend's house. Could be CJ. I don't know if you guys can hear my dog chewing on that ball.
One of the things I have in here is some medication, and that's something to remember, that if you take a regular medication, that you want to have some of it somewhere other than your primary residence.
Yeah.
Did you have any, out of interest, did you have any diarrhea tablets in there?
Got an antacid in here. This is I don't even know how to explain this little thing. It's got, you can get got a couple pills of each different thing. It's got some vitamins. It's got ibuprofen and allergy, Tylenol, antacid. Yeah, it does. It's got some diarrhea pills.
There's another one that will come up that people don't always think about too much. I mean, there's a lot of herbal remedies that people can find if they do understand the native plants indigenous to their region. That's fantastic. But if you also have a problem where when a person is underneath severe stress as well, duress technically, if a person's struggling with situations that are brought upon them in survival type scenarios, they could absolutely end up exerting themselves much more than they normally would, which would make a person perspire quite often. And if you have a large amount of perspiration day after day after day, I can guarantee you that the earwax that is designed to actually assist you can build up, and it can eventually block an ear of yours. And if you've ever experienced one of your ears completely being blocked, you start to experience slight vertigo in the beginning, and you start to feel imbalanced. And everything that you're doing starts to become such a pain completely. So dental and medication is really, really good as well. But obviously having a medication that can remove, and a drip that can remove buildup of wax within an ear. And also out there in the rough, sometimes you're going through certain types of water, certain water as well that's not exactly muddy river water can sometimes absolutely block up a person's ear as well. It can happen very, very easily. So having something, and I really mean this, but having something that can clear your ears out, and having a syringe at hand as well, so that if you needed to, you could essentially gather a bit amount of water, preferably warm water, and use that with that ear medication to remove things that are causing blockages, because that can absolutely really bring a person down.
Yeah.
Another good idea is some tablets for thyroids. Perhaps in caches. I don't know what you guys think about that. NBC stuff, maybe gas masks kept in caches. What are those thyroid tablets called again? I forgot now.
Iodine.
Iodine. That's the one. Sorry. Yeah. I just
talking about the one to protect your thyroid. I don't have thyroid, so the pills that I actually had in there are actual stuff that your thyroid does. It's the pill is simulated thyroid, because I don't have one. I had thyroid cancer. I had it taken out. So yeah, that's
iodine. That's it.
Iodine doesn't work on me. I have no thyroid to protect. But a gas mask, it might be a little bit expensive. For me, at least, to have gas masks.
You know what? It's worth all the money. Trust me, sister. I went out and got a very good one. I mean, they got a lot of.
Well, I have one, but just not in all my caches. In the
right. Yeah. Oh, well, that would be expensive having one in each year. Yes.
But a good pair of gloves. Yeah, that's.
Maybe a specific cache with new, just maybe one, or maybe a backup. I mean, PV would say, PV was here. He'd say we should have 3 sets. I think when it comes to NBC.
Whew.
Yeah, at least 3 sets.
3 sets, yeah, 3 suits. I mean, I paid I can get 40% off gas masks because I've got some friends in who've got an online business, and the ones I bought, I spent about 3 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, maybe a little bit longer. It's about £140 for a face mask. Now the same one now is about £300.
Yeah, that's about 3,000 in my currency. So
Yeah.
that's a lot of money.
Yeah. Well, you
But
got to have the filters too.
Yeah, I got the nuclear. I've got NBC filters. I've got also the G10 gas mask as a backup. That cost me about £90.
Okay, that's not bad.
No, that's not bad.
£90 is not that bad, actually.
But the other one, the Scott one. In fact, I'll go and find it in a second. And in fact, I'll go and find it now. Just give me a moment.
No, at home I have a I don't know, I call it my nuke tote, but I've got my suit, and I have a couple of the painter's overalls and that, and some regular N95, like the
classic ones.
CV-19 kind of mask, yeah.
I found the silicone compound rubber mask seem to seal the best and are the most comfortable. Yeah.
Mine's a Mira mask, and it has it's a full face, not the one that has the little holes for your eyes, because those are hard to use your tools, harder to use your tools with. So I got the full face one.
Yeah.
It has it's more like a motorcycle helmet than the ones with the two circles in the front.
Okay. That's cool.
So for anybody at all, I strongly recommend, if you are going to look into any sort of plants, perhaps in your region, they might grow, they might not. Just definitely do the research. But bring up that comment that I've just recently brought up as well, Shadow, just there for a moment. The one of sea berries. So that one specifically, those 3 plants, if you have access to those, to any of those, it's so sea berries as well, and it's Sutherlandia fruitescens. So seaberry, Sutherlandia, and the black mondo grassroot is absolutely amazing. Those 3 are the best that I've come across when it comes to any sort of herbal medication that can help. Obviously, everything in moderation, but to everybody, because every single one of us has the capability within our health for things to kind of, and as we age, it increases in likelihood with certain things going wrong when cells replicate. So be very careful and be wise enough to, if you have access to any of these, or find out, if you have access to any one at all of these 3, they can be amazingly good at just making sure that we stay safe and stay healthy. Sutherlandia specifically is a very, very powerful one. You have to make a tea from it, though.
I wrote those down. I'll look them up and see if I can get a hold of them.
And double down on the research as well. Look into each of them and see how they actually are able to help, and if there's any evidence backing them as well. And you'll see that if you do your own research upon it as well, because I always recommend to anybody, if I'm suggesting something like this, to double down and to check up on it in their own time too. It's important.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea to me. Vanessa says, do not forget to buy good hearing protection and do a double ear pro setup as well. Okay, that's not a bad idea either. But I never heard about these planes before, so don't think we have them here in Sweden. I don't think so.
A permanent marker wouldn't be a bad idea to put in that box, because if you're wanting to mark a tree or mark a, leave a note, for somebody.
Oh, nice.
It's amazing. Just in a few years, prices have doubled. A lot of civilians are really not prepared for what is coming, and I find it quite interesting when talking to people how so few people have actually got any kind of NBC gear, suits, especially with so many people out there talking about nuclear, you going nuclear, using nuclear, and so-called elites getting bunkers all over the world. Like what why are they getting bunkers? Why is safety gear like this all going up in price? Why is it very difficult for civilians to get stuff at reasonable prices? Like you said, my sister,
agree.
Even the filters, you've got to have filters. These are like almost 40 quid each.
Yeah.
£40. I don't know, what's that? $55, $60. And then you got the face masks. This was like, I got a slight discount because I said, I've actually got an account with a company, so I can get a 40% discount. These are going for about £300, and yeah, like you're saying, I can't afford to have loads of caches, but I do have a backup, and this would be the backup.
Yeah.
That's what I was
That's
talking
a nice.
about. The other one that he has is so much easier to see through.
Yeah, the full face mask is actually, it was PV who actually recommended something like this, and it also has the filter that goes on the front as opposed to the side. But yeah, you mean much more visibility. You'd feel better with this on your face than having one of these on your face. But like Swedish said there as well, like we said earlier, I think PV was saying that it's good to have 3 of everything when it comes to NBC stuff.
Yeah, and the problem here in Sweden, NBC stuff is really expensive, and you can barely get it as a civilian. So
Exactly, and sometimes there's companies that won't sell it to you unless you are a business, unless you are a company, and this is what happened to me. I got, I had to go for a friend's shop to get one for me, and what happened was, in the end, the company just said, "Okay, we'll give you an account coster," and
yeah.
I said, "Yeah, that's fine."
So I threw a Mylar blanket in there.
Good idea.
Emergency blanket, because I didn't have one of those, and I also threw a couple of these. I work for a fireworks company, and we have these.
Hey, CR.
Hello.
Hey, CR.
Yeah.
They're these little things that you can. They make these things for kids that you can just like throw it down, and it just, when it hits the ground, it makes a little pop sound.
Yeah, little sort of little bags
these
of
that, but on steroids. They're a little bit more than that. They sound just like you using your tool, and all you have to do is throw them. So I've got several of those, and I thought I'd throw a couple of those in there. Because, you may not need to. All it has to do is hit something. You just throw it, and you could throw it against a tree or whatever. But it sure sounds like you used your tool.
Good idea. Bit of self-defense, bit of distraction.
Yeah,
Misdirection.
There are some. There are some airsoft shops that sell things like smoke grenades, flashbangs. You know, they're
Yeah.
not anything. They're not anything like the military stuff, but it could give you a few seconds head start if needed.
Well, it's better than nothing.
Exactly. You know, I mean, you know, you might have some psychos out there, a psycho sniper. You got your little, if your little crew, you're sort of wandering through the bushes with your little backpacks, looking for your caches, us lot, that is. And then we've got nut jobs deciding to take shots at us.
In case I decide to go all home alone and, you know, use fireworks, scare off the bad guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vanessa says, when you're out hiking, do you carry certain tools with you? I usually have a knife and an axe or hatchet. It depends on.
Does anybody use a multi-tool? I mean, like,
I use multi-tools.
like during your day, like you have one during your day, but would you use it in that situation? I mean, is there stuff on it that's really useful other than the knife?
A multi-tool is always
I mean, everybody
useful.
has one, but you know, I mean, how many people actually use it?
A lot of people use them all the time. The great thing about having a multi-tool is exactly that. It's a multi-tool, and you know, from cutting fruit, vegetables, you know, you've got fantastic blades on them.
Okay.
And
maybe even a saw.
They've even got saws. This is a Leatherman Wave.
Okay.
This has got lots of various kind of blades, serrated blades. It's got like a nice sharp blade. It's also got like a saw, like Cill just said. It's got a nice little saw on there. Very good little saw. It actually cut through 2-3 inches easily. Limbs, all locking, and they come from. I think there's Gerber, there's Leatherman, there's all kinds out there. SOG. They've also.
Yeah, this is my Leatherman Wave.
Like screwdrivers and stuff, I guess.
Here we go. This is got
fishing.
Is that the Leatherman Wave? You've got their Shadow, Leatherman Wave.
Yeah, this is a Leatherman Wave.
Yeah, yeah. So this is exactly the same. This is the black version.
Yeah, I know.
Shadow's got the silver version.
Yeah.
They've got very good scissors in there. Absolutely, really good scissors. Screwdriver set. They've got bottle openers in there, tin openers. So
Top would be good to put in this.
Very handy to have a multi-tool. Tin opener. It's got like
nice.
A very good little screwdriver set in here where you can change it from Phillips to. Let me just pull it out for you. Right here. This is the Phillips. You pull the end, you pull it out, turn it around the other way around, and you just got a normal flathead screwdriver there, and everything locks. On the other side, what we got here, like I said, the scissors and another kind of screwdriver here, and it's also got the tiny screwdriver for glasses, plus the pliers, wire cutter, and of course it's got even a sharpening tool.
Nice.
If I was going to get caught out with one tool, I'd have this.
Same for me.
You know, it's got everything on there. They do cost a bit of money though. These Leatherman Waves, they cost around about £100. I don't know what that is in Swedish.
I can check it up.
£100 in dollars. What's that? 150, 120.
A Leatherman Wave cost $1,499. It depends on where you buy it.
And they give you a lifetime warranty.
Yeah.
Well, you guys aren't the only ones.
Yeah.
I had to go get it. But yeah.
Yeah, nice multi-tool.
That's why I said it was more of a luxury. Because the price, the space that it takes up in the cache.
Yeah, you're right there.
Because if you're trying to put in water, shelter, and food in there, I mean, like, you might not be able to get a full-tank knife, but you might be able to get a multi-tool in.
Yes, yeah, multi-tool.
And for the price too, right? I mean, because you'll be able to do a lot with it for what it is.
I'm very close with my multi-tool CR. I don't like leaving it anywhere. So I suppose it'd be safe there in the cache.
Well, that's why I said it was more of a luxury, because I mean, like, if you have like more than a few, then it's just like, well, it's just like the gas mask, right? It'll start to add up in price.
Yes, yes. Well, I mean, I've got cheaper multi-tools. Like, what do you think about this CR? What do you think about having a disposable kit?
Well, I figured those caches.
Building a disposable kit. I mean, what do you think about that, Shadow?
Well, I always see these caches as like disposable. I mean, like, to a certain degree.
You mean a kit you use once and then throw it away, or?
Yeah, something like that. Like,
or you don't mind losing
a long-term kit. You've got something that's a bit of like, I don't know, like a kind of, you've got a good cache and then you've got a not so good cache. It's like, you know, a not so good cache is where it would just get you through a night, and a good cache it would get you through a weekend kind of thing. And you just need something in between going from one cache to another, for example, and just a little stop off. I don't know.
So so it would depend on like what you have in there. So you like a good cache might have like more tools, for example, maybe a water filter versus a more disposable, which would be kind of like things you wouldn't have spares of. Yeah, you could spare it, for example, right? Because I always see caches as like, you know, you might not have access to it all the time.
Yes,
and you have to write it off, kind of deal, right? You know, because you might not have access to it, so it's kind of hard to put like an expensive
sleeping right next to it, and you can't get to it.
Yeah, like it's kind of like I said, if you're putting in the $50 whatever multi-tool with every cache, that would start to add up.
Yes.
Yeah,
and you might not always have it.
Don't forget first aid caches too.
Well, typically though, multi-tools, people would carry that on them. What would you say?
Of course. What I mean is like a good cache, as you said.
Yes.
Versus one that just has like a bottle of water, maybe something like that.
My caches were strategically placed along the route of headed to my bug out location.
Hey, Shawnee.
That makes sense.
See you, man.
It does.
Hi, Shawnee.
So they were only meant to resupply on your way to the bug out location or to the next cache.
Yeah, that makes sense. You know,
because if I'm getting into my caches, I'm probably never coming back. There's, if I get going that far as to getting into my cache, I'm probably heading for a bug out because, I'm probably in a bug out situation.
Or something along the lines of evacuating out of some sort or going somewhere else for a significant amount of time.
Right.
It might not be forever, but it might be a significant amount of time where you want to, have that option. This
is very interesting. It'd be interesting to know whether, like, people back in the days, they used to live year by year, you know, but it's like almost now we take it for granted because it's more easier than it was back in those times.
Yeah.
But I'm just thinking, if we had that mentality now, again, look, you know, we're talking about caches, you know, just setting up stuff year by year, as opposed to sort of, but being stuck down for, like, you know, would a year, how many years is it, you know, does it take to pay off a mortgage? You know, like, here we don't live like they used to live. Like, people prepared for the winter in the summertime, so they'd have, like, they had caches in their house. I've got beans in the cupboard. I've got this in the cupboard. Like, now we don't. People take that for granted. I mean, we're called preppers now. It's like we're abnormal. We're you know, but it was actually a normal way of living. People lived like that for many years, all over the world.
Yeah.
Yeah. Power in redemption. Good evening.
Power and Redemption. Good to see you, ma'am. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Hi, hi.
Yeah. Vanessa puts theirs. I'll do the similar. Cargo pants, coats, jacket, like, you know, thermal layers. Yeah, all that kind of stuff. Because your clothing is your first line of defense. Imagine you've been running through the wilderness. You're soaking wet. You're hungry. You know,
Socks.
You need new pair of socks.
Hey, that one might not be such a bad idea for a cache. I mean, like,
great idea.
You know, you can use it for multiple things, if not absolutely necessary. But it's like one of those things you probably have enough to spare. It wouldn't break the budget, for example, right? It would be useful. It would be useful if you have access to it.
It could be cheaply done as well. You know, you can get containers. You know, there's lots of businesses that use up containers, throw them away. You could recycle them, use the plastic food grade containers. Like you're saying, socks, they're not mega expensive. Pants are not mega expensive. Thermal stuff, it's not mega expensive.
Yeah.
And I mean, wow. I mean, you know, how often you see people in certain situations, you know, in a natural disaster, they might not wash for days, and they might have the same clothing. I saw this film once where this couple got separated from their family. I can't remember what it was. Like, it was some kind of tsunami. This film was very, I can't remember the actor's name. They got lost from each other, and what they had was what they had. You know.
Oh, you mean Tom Holland?
Right.
Yes. He's technically British too. But yes, I remember that. Because if you look at like a movie like that, you see that it's just like pretty much you're like you wouldn't have your typical stuff. And even if you did have stuff on you, it might have gone washed away, or you had to drop it because you got to swim, for example. You know.
Yeah.
Right. It'd be one of those things, right? So, like, you might have that multi-tool on you, but, you know, it slipped out of your pocket because, you know, you're swimming desperately, honestly. So, you know.
Yeah, Vanessa says you need to find a way to wash or shower. She says also with potable waters. And she also says you do not need infections from rashes, etc. breaking out. I agree definitely with that.
Well, this is like, you know, again, we said that as well. In a cache, having some little bit of hygiene kit was a good idea.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
Toothpaste, some wet wipes. You know, obviously, if you're going to change into a new set of clothes, it would be nice to sort of be able to give yourself, you know. And there are actually nowadays you can get these big wet wipes. don't know what they're called. I think they're dudes. Is it dudes wet wipes? There's different names out there anyway. There's bigger wet wipes, and you can use it to wipe yourself down. I've even bought that type of wet wipes for my dog. They're massive, really big wet wipes.
Yeah.
And when you're traveling, I don't always have everything to wash my dog, so I've got these big wet wipes, and you can get them for people as well. And again, like your you've got items that can be a shower, or it can be a water filter. So Vanessa's saying about trying to keep clean and stuff like that. You could actually have in your cache one of those little portable showers, stroke water filter. So it's multi-purpose as well. Could even have some water in it ready to go.
Yeah,
exactly. I mean, we could keep talking about the caching. We could talk about cache for like the rest of the time, probably.
Well, it's great. It's great because
it's
funny.
Right?
It's funny because we can talk about these things, but if you've got like some city folk and we had the same conversation, what do you think is going to happen?
They're going to say, we are not cases.
They're going to say, "Oh, I'll have a cache with beers in it."
Hey, that could be, just to say, could be useful for some other reasons, something like that. But of course, you would have like these other things that you can use too, like maybe some nail clippers randomly.
Good idea. Guardian was saying that. Make sure you've got like giant pair of nail clippers.
Yeah.
And very handy. I think a luxury item in the cache would be some cookies, chocolate chip cookies, and some hot chocolate. You've got to have some hot chocolate.
And maybe some instant coffee.
Instant coffee, for you,
Yeah, something like that.
Coffee.
Nice and small. I mean, wouldn't take up that much room in the cache. I mean,
you know what? Actually,
there's some instant coffee in there. You need to have stuff that isn't going to expire. Unless you plan on going and digging the thing up very often, and
you can find these little sachets.
Well, have some honey in the cache would be a good idea.
Yeah, honey, forever food as part of.
Some honey, some instant coffee. I mean,
these are absolutely fantastic. I've got these little sachets. They're tiny, but it's just enough to make one coffee.
Perfect.
And it's very nice coffee as well.
I mean, you
can have a small little brew kit. You've got your little spoon. You could have a plastic spoon. You've got your little salt in there, electrolytes.
Some coffee filters.
That
you could spare for
filters. That. Great idea in the cache. Fantastic idea.
Like you can make it as small that fits in the palm of your hand, but it's like pretty thin.
You can filter
water.
You can
easily stash that in places, and then just add away. Providing you can get to it. Right?
Multitask. I mean, that's a very good. There's a helicopter flying over my block. I wonder if the CIA is after me now.
So do you gentlemen have any caches already, or are you going to be working on caches this weekend after this conversation?
Oh, I've got caches. Yeah, I've got ready made up ones. I've got plans to start moving them to certain places. I mean, I try not to talk about too much of my plans on when I'm on the internet. But yeah, I do have food caches. Actually, I could show you perhaps quickly one of them that I did. A bit heavy. Here we go.
Is water. Oh, okay. Yeah.
And it's got their food geocache packed April 10th, 2020.
Ooh.
So in there, but that's a food cache, that one. But you see, again, since we've been talking about food caches, like you said, Cill, we could talk about them forever.
Well,
and since our sisters, she's also opened up her one, and we're trying to say, well, what is good stuff to have in a cache? I'm thinking, well, that one's only food. It would be lovely if I had a pair of socks in there.
Yeah,
but I don't. It's just food.
Well, because by nature, the cache has to fill up like a container for space. So like space is gonna be a premium because like there's a certain size you're not gonna go with that. I mean, you know, by the time you have something so big, you'll be like, well, I might as well just put it in like a cabin. It'd be so big. But you know, something like the size of it could be. You probably could stash an Altoids tin with some items if you wanted to, for example, right? Of course, you probably wouldn't put food in there. You probably put other things that, like, it could be a minor thing, like, you know, some fishing equipment, maybe a lighter, for example, right?
You could have tiny little caches. That could be a cache.
And or you can go bigger if you want to go bigger, right?
Or you can
like
go
you said,
bigger,
Drill. Because Drill, you said about like family or friends' places, right?
Yeah.
Because if you think about it, if they're preparing two to a certain degree, you can have this kind of like you help them, they help you kind of deal, right? Or you trade some items, for example, right? So
a map to get there, to get to whoever you're talking about, you know, your family, friends, or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it could be just like this little bag of like some spare clothes.
Ooh, I want that.
Nothing too.
I want cabin from underground secret storage.
Yeah,
I want that.
Yeah, that would be awesome to have.
Yeah, you know, some spare
if you
clothes.
can afford it.
You know, even some spare clothes at your close friends or relatives' places, right? But nothing too obtrusive, right? But just like it's a small bag, a very small bag, right? But just enough so you know, okay, I can dip into that too. You know, maybe it's outside the affected area, for example, right?
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't like you guys said. It doesn't necessarily have to be in the ground or in nature. It could be these other ways of kind of caching or just having supply somewhere else, right?
That's a good size for a cache.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, for food.
But also you could fit boots in here, a set of clothing. You could dedicate half and half for food, half for a spare set of clothing. You could even squeeze a pair of boots in here and socks.
That's awesome.
I would consider spray painting it camo or to whatever terrain you're going to hide
that's
in.
a good idea. Fantastic idea. Like if you've seen this city, spray grey. If you've seen this wilderness camo. But this is inside here. You've just got a Mylar bag. And what you do is you put the food in the Mylar bag. And then you put the Mylar bag in the food grade bucket. And then you get all the oxygen out from inside the bag, and you put some oxygen absorbers inside there, and you get either iron, and you can seal this bag shut, and it'd be no air in there, be airtight. You get the lid on here, and then job done. Whether you want to use Mylar bags or those. You can use those Hoover bags where they just suck out the air. If it's, I don't know if you've seen those clothing bags for storage. You just suck the air out.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Vanessa has a point. Make sure caches are not too heavy, etc., for portability.
Right. because it took me a minute to get that open. So you may not have a lot of time. You may have to just grab it and go. So you're not sitting there, trying to go somewhere safe to go through what's in it. That was part of the reason it took me a minute, is because I sealed it with duct tape around the opening or whatever, the crack, and then spray painted the duct tape,
Yeah.
camo, and it was on there pretty good.
Well, another thing probably to keep in mind is like, don't assume that you actually don't have a backpack with you trying to pick up this stuff, or a vehicle, or having something like a way so you can kind of put it on your back and go. Even if you don't
Gordon, good to see you, man.
Hello. But you know what I mean? So like maybe even a spare draw tie bag. Maybe you got some freeze dry stuff in there, right? But it's just so now you got that draw tie bag or something like that, or like a collapsible backpack that you can use in the meantime, for example, right?
Good idea.
Because if because maybe you do have some resources, right? But you want to dip into this for whatever the reason is, right?
You need another bug out bag in the cache as well, a whole bug out bag.
But this could be something like I said, like a draw tie bag, for example, that you can actually just dip into. Yeah. But it's not too expensive, so you can have a bunch, right? If you don't need to use it, okay, whatever, right? But it is there if you need to use it with the system. So if you gotta grab all the stuff, right, your hands are gonna be full then. And let's assume you don't have a bag, like I said, with you, or no vehicle, like none of it, right? This is kind of like, okay, last resort for an option or resources. Well, look, I got a bag to start with. A container to use besides the bucket itself, right? Because, like, I don't see you walking with the bucket. Probably not. But a backpack? That's kind of, like, blended more into the terrain better? Might work.
Yeah, speaking of backpacks, carrying around things, Dave Canterbury, he took away the sack and put a plastic bucket on the frame and put tools and things in there.
I've seen that video.
Yeah, that was a pretty.
I gotta look for that link though. I actually need to.
Yeah, and he carried water like that too, so that was really nice.
Yeah, that could be an option too. A way of it's working as the cache originally, but then when you go get it, it kind of transforms into this air system that you can carry it on your back. If you think about it, yeah, because if you think about it, if you're trying to get there, you want this kind of system to deploy from the cache form into something else that you can just basically just put the food in the bag and be off your way, right? And be like, you're gone already.
I'm going to switch out the bandana that's in this thing, because I got some bandanas I got that are, it's a white bandana, and then I kind of traced it out of books. It's different. One of them, on one side, it's leaves of different plants and different trees that I have in my area, and on the other side, it's tracks of different animals. And I used a permanent marker and traced it onto the bandana, so I can still use a bandana for bandana purposes, or filtering or whatever.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And I've also got that, that resource on the bandana.
Yeah.
So I'm going to switch it out, put that one of them those bandanas on there in there instead of the.
Yeah, I mean, you can, even if you don't put a backpack in, you can put some sort of quote unquote bigger swatch of a towel or something like that, and kind of string it on your back with a stick, I kind of class that kind of what's that called? There's a name for it, but I've done it before. But not for a cache, but could be an option too. Because like I said, if you're gonna grab all this kind of food, water, or whatever you need something to put it into, because you're not just going to carry it in your hands. And you might not have a lot of pockets, or if any, right? You could be out with just a shirt, maybe some jeans or something like that, and you just barely even have any pockets as it is. Hey, Mac. So having some extra pockets or containers with you that are part of the system, right, that you can utilize and quickly just, put your stuff into it and be on your way again. Versus, oh, I got to carry this stuff. Where should I put the bottle of water on me, right? Kind of thinking ahead a little bit more, right? Because if the cash is just a couple pounds, a simple draw type bag, you'll be able to carry that. But it would just be easier for you. You can keep your hands free if you're using like a walking stick or so forth and so forth for things.
That's a good one, Vanessa.
Yeah. Stuff like that could be nested in, like the gators and stuff like that, easily as part of the system, right?
Yeah.
Socks, gator, buff, right? Yeah. Maybe some gloves, some water, some food, and it's kind of like, just to save on space, you put the back little draw tie bag separate, but then you just pull out the draw tie bag, dump the contents in the draw tie bag, and just take off, right? And you're gone already, right? Versus, where should I put this on me?
Yeah.
Because like I said, you might not have a backpack with you. And if you do, well, then you have our options, right? You can still put it in there or be like, oh, I don't have enough space, right? For example, right? Because if you're trying to go towards these caches later on, you might be like, you might even already have a base camp, and you just left your bag over there, and then you're just trying to go get this cache, right? Trying to go get it quickly.
Yeah.
So you don't want to carry a bunch of extra weight on you unnecessarily, right? So another thing to keep in mind. So it can work quite well for people.
Have you ever seen those secret key hides? Basically, they look like rocks, but they're actually plastic, and you can put like your house keys in them.
Yeah, like a fake rock. Yeah.
Things like that. Yeah. You could have a tiny cache.
Yeah.
It's hidden in plain sight.
Oh,
yeah, I have seen those.
Yeah.
You can even get like cans of Coca-Cola that you could use it as a stash. You could put your jewelry in it and your money in it and put it in the fridge. All right. If the burglar was thirsty, he might find your stash of your gold or your money. But I've been in South America and I've found tins of Coca-Cola in the middle of nowhere.
Okay.
So I'm just saying, we were talking about having rubbish earlier and disguising your stuff as rubbish. So, you could have a little cache this disguised as an empty can of Coke. You could have, I've actually seen tree limbs, fake tree limbs. Like CR was talking about, I think it was our sister CB was talking about grab and go. Just grab a limb of a tree, it's actually a food cache.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Vanessa says people are putting cameras in those fake rocks, etc., and putting them in people's yards to film their goings, etc. Please have us keeping an eye out for strange stuff in the yard.
Yeah, they're watching you, Vanessa. They're watching you, Vanessa.
Didn't know that. Knowing where water is in your vicinity would be important. Wherever you live, or wherever you're going to be the most, knowing where water source is, scouting that out kind of on your, on your way to work or from work or to your house or from your house, kind of scouting out if I needed water and, where would I get it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's true. Water source, very, very important. Probably water is probably going to be the number one priority.
Yeah. And you can't just choose the first water source you see, because that is not a good idea. You need to know if that water is suitable for drinking, if it's possible to purify it. It's if
Here's
you can.
one little survival tip.
Yeah.
If you're about to be rescued, or you're going to be rescued in the near future, but you're dying of thirst, and you really, really need a drink, then
Yeah.
drink the water. Then drink that water. You might be saying, "What do you mean? You're going to get sick?" Yeah, but you really need that water. And as I said, you're going to be saved in the shortly. You're not too far away from being rescued, but you really, really need that water. So if you don't drink, you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
So, you're going to get sick. Obviously, long term, you're going to be very bad for you. But I'm just saying, short term, you can get away with it. I'm just saying, as a little survival tip there, you can get away with that short term.
Yes.
If you had to drink,
last ditch effort.
I definitely agree. I definitely agree.
Yeah, that'd be a last ditch effort on it.
I'm going to get saved, but I really need a drink. I've got no way of purifying that water. I can't boil it. I can't, I've got no water filter. I really need a drink. I haven't had a drink. I'm really on the edge. I need that drink. But I know rescue's coming. If rescue wasn't coming, then don't drink it. Obviously, you have to.
Yeah, if you don't know for sure, you'd be like, okay, well, yeah.
Try to find a.
I think that applies with Bear Grylls urine stuff. That's actually very risky. But I think if you're actually going to be rescued in the near future, then you can kind of get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be like, you signaled for help, you've seen something, or like, something like that. A ship's coming towards you.
Yeah.
Something like that. Like, there's a telltale sign. Not just out of nowhere.
Yes. Like a plane's flown over, you've managed to signal them, they've managed to signal you to say, right,
they dip the wings and just like,
they're going to come and get you.
Yeah,
you're really begging for a drink,
Yeah. That'd be the last ditch kind of thing. Like I said, like, a plane goes by and it dips its wing and the signal to you, and you're like, okay, last ditch effort on this now. All right.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be your last, like, cup of water or whatever, sip of water. So you'd be like one of those things.
It's a very Survivor's like a. Did you guys ever see the scene where that people are running uphill and to get away from the tsunami, and it was literally the difference between sort of millimeter and seconds. You're just ahead of that, and you just get away from the tsunami. Survival was like that. It's very. You can be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Right place at the wrong time, or all that stuff. Yeah.
I mean, I've seen people like walking across the road and then just spotted a speeding car coming towards them, and they've just managed to get out of the way. And
yeah. They managed to walk away, although the shoe's still behind them. Like, that's close. Like, that close.
There's other scenarios too that you would potentially lose all your preps. Like you could have a critter infestation or something.
Yeah.
You could have bugs or mice or something like that just decimates your
Can you imagine? You've opened up your cache and there's like a family of mice in there moved in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, that's
Thanks
why I
very
said
much.
that would be terrible.
That's why the thing about caching it, because you don't see it for a while, you have no idea if it's still intact. You can assume it's waterproof, all the stuff, but until you actually see it with your own eyes in your hand, you have no idea that you have it or not.
Yeah, and when you go to your cache and open it, it's soaking wet because the water has leaked in. That would be horrible.
Or something else.
Or something else.
Yeah, that's why I always see these caches as more disposable. Like, it's a write-off. The gear is automatically going to be a write-off because you have no idea.
Lots of little good, little cheap ones, sort of. Just lots of little, just water, basic food.
Yeah, that's why I said a
pair of socks.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Something you can spare. Something you can spare easily for it. That's why I said a multi-tool is going to be a luxury because it's just like I'm probably don't have more than one. Right? Like if you have a few, it's just like, well, okay, well that's $150 for all 3 caches, which is one multi-tool in each, for example. Or if you did something like that, right? So it's gonna be a write-off right away on it. But if you need to dip into it and you find it and you have it in your hand, you'll be like, well, it's totally worth it because there's nothing else around here. In terms of like tools or something like that, something that's kind of like you don't have to kind of recreate. Because that's the thing about like when you lose everything, you have to recreate something. Or even if you can't scavenge something, you still have to put stuff together.
Yeah, I would think
quote unquote putting a kit back together, trying to assemble back something.
Yeah, a multi-tool would be a good sort of like if you could get one that's a sort of a good price, not too expensive. But if you're going to say what tools would you put in a cache, I mean it'd be very difficult to be able to just say, well, if you could just put one thing in there that could kind of cover everything. In terms of tools,
the problem is there are no one thing that can cover everything.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
that's impossible.
Well, then you probably would just
easier. Well, everything you have is easier, and it's going back in. I'm trying to add more.
A multi-tool's got a saw in it, though. It's got a saw. It's got a knife. It's got scissors. It's got like a knife sharpener. So it's a kind of a good little all-round. All right, you're not going to saw big limbs, but for shelter building, you might not use big limbs. You could use lots of slim limbs.
Because I was thinking, if you don't have anything or barely anything, that'll give you quite a bit of capability in a small form factor for what it is. You might not be able to do everything great, but you might be able to do some more than a one tool. Than just having a knife or a saw or something like that. You'd be like, okay, I can do a little bit more.
One tool to rule them all.
I knew she was going to say that.
Yeah, well, that's a very, very, very important subject. As well, tools. Because farming tools. Because we might not come back to what we know as civilization. All of a sudden, it might not be returning back to normal. We might have to go back to.
Or it'll be a while. It'll be a long time.
We might have to go back to a primitive form of farming.
Something before the age of like in the early 1900s. Right, again, that kind of like everyone's how do I say, using what the land provides, whatever it is.
I mean, things to plow. Having sort of hand tools would be very good. Hand saws, hammers, perhaps.
Well, a saw would be pretty useful. It's very hard to reproduce a saw.
Yeah.
by any means.
You
can flint
hatches,
flint stuff or whatever. You can use a stick as a baton or whatever. You can use a rock, right? But I mean, a saw. It's very hard to reproduce a saw.
Yeah, and
At any that can actually work quite well.
Hatchet is also difficult to reproduce unless
but
you're a
not as
blacksmith.
hard. Yeah, but it's not as hard to reproduce something like that. Just randomly, like because you in time you can use a rock. In time you can find maybe some other pieces of metal that could work. But a saw that actually does the sawing, that might be more difficult.
Maybe it'd be good to have like raw material caches where you put some metal sheets and where you could actually make your own saws.
Yeah, like maybe you have the blades themselves, right? Or I mean, you can
spare blades.
I mean, like you can go to a place and get like reciprocating saws blades too, right?
Yeah.
And then wouldn't break the bank.
You'd be surprised how many tools are in places like second-hand stores, just sitting there, loads.
Like I have seen that in our second-hand stores.
Drills, saws, hammer, loads of stuff.
Gentlemen, I am going to bow out. But it was a very good
problem,
talk.
CB.
Good live.
Have a nice evening, sister. Have a nice weekend. God bless you.
Thanks.
See you, CB. Later.
Bye,
take care. Stay safe. God bless, my friend.
But yeah, like I was saying, like having these different places and all that stuff, and like I said, the reciprocating, so you can get a bundle or pack of that. At least it would give you something. Yeah. Not necessarily break the budget though, for what it is.
Yeah.
So what's the topic again? I'm trying to remember what the.
All my preps are gone.
Oh yeah.
It was actually Chef Tech's idea, so.
Yeah.
Well, I chose this.
Well, it goes back. Then it goes back to like always like what you. These little things like caching things, having things on you. So, because if you think about it, I see 3 different reasons why you wouldn't have access to. Well, maybe 4, if it's man-made too. But fire, flooding, and wind. When the wind can blow all your stuff away.
Yeah.
The water can flood it all out or go downhill. A fire can burn it all, right? Or a man-made thing because you simply don't have access to it. Because it's in your vehicle and your bag of things, and you're supposedly in a place that's been locked down for whatever the reason is, right? And you don't have physical access to it. It hasn't been blown away or burnt or anything. You just cannot get to it, no matter what, right now, right? So again, coming back to what you have. And being able to use the things at hand. And hopefully it would help.
Yeah, exactly.
I think preparing yourself to losing the stuff. Okay, imagine like you spent all them years like prepping your food stuff, prepping your bug out bag, prepping your
food, water, medicines.
Yeah, everything. It's been your life sort of mission. You've done it for your children. You've done it for your wife and your friend, whoever. And then bam, So what an important, what do we do now? Remember that very famous scene in Aliens when the soldiers got their butt kicked and the soldier went, "What are we going to do now?" He's panicking. What are we going to do now?
Yeah.
And keeping your head being able to keep your head, maybe having some kind of literature in the cache would be a good idea on the top. Remember, if all those around you are losing their heads, remember to keep yours. I mean, what are you going to say? See, I'll get out of here.
But these kind of things, like, because both the gear and their options would give you a morale boost. Because the willingness to go on, even the physical items, right? Some resources, more options again, right? Versus, well, at least I got a multi-tool, at least. Okay.
Yes.
Maybe it can help a little bit more.
We're doing well.
Vanessa says, what if you outlive everyone around you? And that's a good question.
Oh my gosh. Well, you can have a few bits of tools. You can have a few bits of cache filled with entertaining ear and party gear. Entertaining ear and party gear.
Moral boosters.
Well, a Bible, a nice little Bible would be nice. I bought myself a really small King James Bible.
Yeah.
Fantastic size. Fits in a nice little Ziploc bag. And then it goes with my SAS survival guide. Excuse me. And so for a little little boost. Incidentally, the Bible talks about a lot of the stuff that's happening today, and which is very interesting. But yeah, a little boost. It could be anything. It could be a puzzle. Could be another book. Something just to,
something that gives you that kind of mental willingness to go on, and maybe some physical items to kind of supplement that, complement the items. For example, right?
Survival book
because it could be, because sometimes like that kind of, it's like, well, it's not all gone. It's not all hopeless.
Exactly. Well,
I mean, you'd probably still be in pain and all this other stuff, but at least it might help that little bit more.
Yes.
A little victory in spite of everything, right?
Well, there's that saying, 3 minutes without air, 3 days without
3 days without water, 3 weeks without food.
3 seconds.
Up to
3 seconds without hope.
Yeah. Kind of like that up to. Yeah.
If you've got no hope, it's over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine you're with some people and they're like, I ain't moving from here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm giving up. And you're like, come on, we've got to go. They're like, no, that's it. That's it. It's all finished. There's nothing left. What are we going to do now? Yeah, that'd be like, well, you could say to them, you could either sit there dying very, 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 very slowly, or we could just get moving and get through this. But what is there to look forward to? That'd be an interesting show, Shadow. What is there to look forward to in a SHTF situation, ACR?
Yeah. Send me a reminder about it.
Good idea for a future show. Like, what is there to look forward to in a shit hit the fan situation?
Yeah.
Like we're saying to people, come on, let's go. It's going to be all right. But where are people going to go? Like, I mean, what do? We set up a new society. Imagine we found a campsite. We've all got our own tree houses. Shadow's got his tree house. CR's got his tree house with his elephant pulling up his stock.
Swiss Family Robinson.
Yeah, all this kind of stuff, and then we get raided by a gang. Oh, yeah. Fantastic! You've done everything for us. You've got wheat in the field. You've built tree houses. You've got stores of food.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think we spoke about this before. where it's going to be a long time before we start rebuilding. I think you've done the chat about long-term survival, Shadow.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, you did a few weeks back.
Yeah, maybe.
I was thinking about something for a little bit. I know we've been talking about the caching for like a pretty long time.
Yeah.
So let's go back to like that kind of why is this happening in the first place kind of thing. You know, because why is this happening in the first place? And the reason I say this is like you said. So when you're flooding, wind, fire, those three things, because like I said, they can burn it away, blow it away, or float it away from you. So you have no access to it. And it actually does happen, right? That does actually happen quite a bit if you think about it, right? Where people actually lose stuff, and it's happened quite a bit in the last while, obviously. Not just Cali, down in the US, but, you know, other things too, right? Where things just get blown away or washed away, right? And you have no access to it. It may be somewhere else for someone else to have access to it, but you don't have access to it right now. So pretty much it's out of your hands. So that means you don't have physical access. That means you don't have it, for example, right? So like, if you do cache, you're like always trying to be like, okay, this is like a floodplain, for example, or, well, the winds do go by in here, right? For example, or, you know, there's trees around. I am surrounded by forests, technically. You know, we might have a fire break, but, you know, there's that outside chance, right? Slight outside chance on stuff like that happening. Because if you think about it, these things are very likely to happen. And we see multiple examples in a year at times about these, all right? Just a different place, a different... Instead of fire, it's water, for example, right? Yeah. Or it just crumbled from an earthquake, right? You don't have access to it because you can't get into it. You can't get into that rubble to fish it out, said kit or bag. Because you couldn't get to it because you were on the opposite side of the house. You couldn't get to it. It was just like a no-go on getting it, all right? For example. Because you could lose something like that just because it's too risky. You just, you know, it's collapsing on that side. You have to turn the other way, right? You have no choice, right? The fire's on this side. You got to go the other way. You have no choice, right? But, you know, hopefully you would have everything stashed around. So it's like, okay, that side, I can't use that exit with the gear on that side. Oh, I'll use the other side that has gear, for example, right? So you might plan like that, but, you know, you see where I'm going with this. So it's just like, okay, you have that contingency, at least for that. So hopefully you would still have something, you know, something, a little thing, right? A little thing. Because starting off with totally from nothing would be insanely hard for anyone. Because if you think about it, like, then you're really left with just your skill and knowledge and experience at that time. Then you have no physical gear. You might have a limited amount of clothing on you, shorts and a t-shirt. You might not even have any shoes, for example, and all that stuff, right? So you're very limited on like the resources, right? Basically, the clothes on your back. And you hear that all the time, right? At times, it's like they just left with the clothes on their back, kind of. That saying that goes around at times, right? And some of these events go on.
Do you remember the film Predators when they fell out of the sky, and there was a samurai guy, and he was in his suit. He was in the suit, and he had his going out shoes. And there was one scene where they showed him stuck in the mud with his shoes, and he's like, "What am I doing in the middle of the jungle with going out shoes on?" And you're talking
he
about,
was a Yakuza, by the way.
Yakuza, sorry,
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, see, I was cutting you there.
No, but
when you said not have shoes, you're right. You might have your Gucci shirt on, you know,
And this could be, it could, if you really think about this, like, it could be because you're at a special event, like a wedding or something like that, and just a twist of, and it's just that twist of fate on that, right? It's just like, well, for example, right?
Or the film 13 Hours, when they have to go and rescue their mates, and he's got shorts on, and the guy said to him, "Are you going to save the world with your shorts on?" They were running as they were, let's go. Let's just go as we are, but let's hope we've got some decent underwear on at least. I mean, if we get caught with our trousers down, at least we've got some good pants on.
Yeah. See, one of the shows I used to watch, I haven't watched it for a while, is Dude, You're Screwed, right? Matt Graham's on it, who's famously known for using his sandals, running fast. But, like, that show always, as part of the show, was they would kind of snatch them up and they basically, whatever they had on them, right? So, and stuff like that. Because at times you never know. And if you think about it, that'd be more realistic because you never know, right? It could be just that twist of fate on that, right? Oh, look, that tremor actually happened right now when I'm here. Blah, 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 or whatever, right? And, you gotta get out of the building or whatever, is just like, and you just gotta bail, right? You didn't even grab your bag because it's too dangerous.
Hey, Bob.
Hello, Bob. Because if you think about that connection...
Hey, Bob. Good to see you.
That's very likely to happen in certain areas, right? Where it's just like, you just gotta flee the area, right? You don't have a choice. Is Bob not going to join us?
Well, I think we can't suppress all of our feelings. I think if you do,
he will ask for the link in that case.
I think if we do lose our gear, and it goes all wrong, I think we're allowed to shout out for a few seconds. I think.
No, well, I mean, if you think about it,
give yourself that at least.
It's called a war cry.
Yeah, give yourself a little war cry.
Because sometimes you just gotta snap yourself back into kind of okay,
war cry.
And always remembering that preparedness is more than just the gear, right? The gear helps us. Don't get me wrong, but the gear is technology for us, right?
Yes. Oh, that reminds me of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Remember Arnold Schwarzenegger? He shouts out to the alien, "I'm ready for you." Oh, really long.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe not so dramatic. Just like
I was envisaging you like that in the wilderness, DR. With your
okay.
down around your head. Your spear.
He piled up a nice pile of wood and lit it. And he roared after that.
Sorry to cut you there, CR. Yeah, it's not so dramatic, but a little war cry then.
Yeah, because these. See, now I feel like I just lost my train of thought. Thanks.
Sorry, man.
Squirrel moment. I just lost my train of thought right there. I had it on the tip of my tongue. Now it's gone again. Because it's more than just the gear. Because like the gear is technology for us to use, right? But as society, we came up with it, right? So there is that knowledge and skill of it. Some things are harder to recreate, obviously, but like just knowing certain little things. So, okay, well, everything's washing randomly everywhere or whatever. Okay, what else can I have access to? Because unless you're on like a deserted island with nothing but sand, there's still something. It doesn't help you as much right now, right? It's like, oh, I only got sand. Well, there's water, but I can't drink this water. Okay, what else, right? Because you would have to assess what you could see in the distance.
Shawnee says money helps when you lose all your preps. Yeah.
Of course.
Of course, but
you still have to get to that spot, too.
Yeah.
It might be a cache, but you still have to get to it, right? It might come in time, but you still have to get to that time, right?
Yeah, but if you've lost all your preps because of some natural disaster, what makes us think that we can get to more money? We might not be able to have access to more money.
Even if you do, it might take a while, right? Lots of red tape or whatever.
If you
You have
contact
to
Amazon
make it.
to send you a parcel to somewhere that just got hit by a tsunami, you might be waiting for quite a while.
Yeah, I don't think I would do that.
I don't think the ups driver's going to find your property. Like, you know,
No.
going to have a bit of a hard time. But
Yeah, Bob will join us.
Having backup caches, money helps when you lose all your preps. Well, if you don't,
yeah, well, so there's
don't keep all your eggs in one basket. Maybe a good idea.
Hey, Bob, good to see you.
Hey, Bob.
Hi, Bob.
I couldn't make last Sunday. I was going to come by and say hello, but I didn't make Saturday neither. I didn't even see Shadow. Been having some teeth trouble.
Oh, yeah. What if you lost all your preps? Well, after the initial shock, well, then you just kind of go, I'll make it even better next time.
Hey, Bob,
kind of what I would do.
Question,
yeah,
Bob. What would that initial shock be like, Bob?
Would be like getting a car stolen or something like.
Would you want to kick something or shout out for a few seconds or
go probably, down? But I don't show too many emotions. Just but just like shit.
Yeah, exactly. That you have that sickening feeling again.
That's the Bob style.
Yeah, shit. Got to do this over again.
It'd be interesting to get all of our reactions on a little video. Make a little video of all of our reactions at losing our preps, like each of us. Some would be the war cry. Oh no, that doesn't sound like a war cry. That sounds like
that's just like a whimper.
No, that sounds like a flipping defeated cry, a defeated war cry. We're losing. And you've got the other side going, we're coming for you, and the other side going, we're going to lose. The shock of losing it all. All right. Some would be like the swearing, beep, but it'll be Bob, innit? Bob would be. I think,
I think you would see a very similar thing when you hear these stories about people that lost everything. That kind of their facial expression.
You would be the most calmest out of all of us. Shadow would be like, oh well.
Yeah, but have any of us lost every single thing?
Well, I'm actually going to be in that situation in just a few years when we move overseas. You see, I'm going to box up everything I possibly can and ship it over to our other house. So I'll be there in that dead zone with nothing because it's all in transit. You know what I mean? Well, I'll be kind of in that but it's just it's done by myself, not by a disaster.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
But,
and you would still have things on you necessarily too, right?
Sure.
It's not like you're not just stuck with like shorts and a t-shirt. No shoes, no slippers, no hat, no glasses. Like imagine if me, you, or whatever we don't even have our glasses on.
What if you're in the shower? What if you're in the shower and SHTF happens and you're in the shower, your house gets bombed and you haven't even had the time to grab a towel?
Mm-hmm.
That would be a nightmare.
Well,
yeah. Well, a lot of us who were in the military, it wouldn't have. Okay, I'm naked. No, seriously, because they desensitize you to that shit in the military. It's like, oh well.
So having your shorts and a t-shirt might be like, well, at least I got that.
Well, it could be worse. It could be. We could be naked. I mean, talk about being thrown back in time, like to find ourselves. God, we've gone back in time really quick.
Yeah.
We can all make out we've lost our language as well and start going, hiding our bits. We're sounding like flipping cavemen.
Yeah.
Look, Shawnee Grows put there, you'll start listing the inventory in your head of what you don't have. Oh, I thought it said of what you did have. God, I had a really nice Leatherman wave shadow. Yeah, I had a really nice. That's right. Yeah, see, I'll be like, yeah, I had a really nice pair of gloves. I just made them.
I know you. I always try to not think like that. It's hard at times because you're always thinking like that at times, but trying to think, well, at least I still have this instead of dwelling on the negative parts of it so much. I mean, easier said than done. Still, you know.
Well, it would be. It would
That's
give you a
good,
challenge.
Sean.
It would give you a challenge. You know, that's the way I kind of keep things in mind. It's like, okay, it's all.
I'm
done.
getting challenged there. Here we go
So,
again. Time to bring my A game back.
Yeah, pretty much.
Careful, CR. Careful, CR. That's like firing talk there.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Well, I lost all my food storage, and okay, let's do this again. Start from the top. You know.
Yeah.
After I say,
It's
"Oh,
starting to find
shit."
Yeah.
After a bunch of choice words for the next 5 minutes, and because you don't know until it goes.
Do that cry again, CR. Do that cry again, CR.
No, I'm not doing it again.
Come on, CR. Do that cry again, man. It's good, man. No! No!
Right? And just
I think we'd all be like that. I think in our heads we'd all be like that. We'd all be like, no!
Because that's the thing. None of us have actually lost, like, not necessarily everything, but a lot of things that just at once, just because it's just, it's gone. You have no access to it anymore. Kind of deal.
Well, you see that when you see those houses literally on the edge of a river, and then the whole house tips into the river, and it's all gone. All your stuff's gone. Everything's just gone.
Well, I kind of did.
And you see it floating down the river.
It's called divorce. It's called divorce.
Oh my god! Oh yeah, I've been there.
Well, that's why I said the man-made stuff, right? You can lose stuff just because of that, right?
Yeah, I wound
Boom!
up
You
with
just lost half your stuff.
A car, some tools, and a few guns. And
But you might still have your clothes on your back, so I mean.
I did.
Yeah. So like, losing your stuff doesn't necessarily.
We've got some clothes on our back when something happens. At least if we lose our preps. At least if we've got some clothes on our backs.
Yeah, just something to start with.
I'll tell you what, I ran into a different mentality out there about being prepared. A fella, he's 65, and I talked to him in the coffee shop once in a while. And I said, well, we were talking about potential pushback from the radicals here and power failure. He remembers, he lives in the same area. And he remembers everything. And I said, it wouldn't be a bad idea for you and your wife to put away a few cans of food and all that. And he goes, this is a different mentality than mine. He goes, well, the government could come in and take that from you. I said, well, yeah, they could.
Well, anyone can take it from you.
Right. Yeah, they could. But, that, do you understand what I mean? He already made up an excuse in his head. Why not to put away a little bit of food and water? Oh, no, some government.
Because it's not necessarily always going to be for that reason. Yeah. It could be not for that reason, but but if you still have access to it, you could still dip into it, even though that wasn't the main reason why you cached it or in the first place. It could be because the rains, the flooding, the fire itself, right? An earthquake that takes down like the quarter of that place, right? The wind, all those things, they can move your supplies, your resources around, and you can't do anything about it, or at least
Well, I heard it's a classic excuse. Why don't you put away some food, water, and have extra medicine? And they look at you and, why should I? The government will help.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
Before. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, it's an insurance for you and your family. It's
well, you know what I say when people say that.
Why do you have an insurance?
You know what I say? No, you know what I say? Instead of even that now, I say that have you seen people have to wait at times when you have this stuff more readily available for you, so you don't actually have to wait on hold on the phone to clear all this red tape unnecessarily.
Yeah.
It's just like having your passport or birth certificate ready to go. So because if you're gonna get new ones, lots of red tape for that, right? That'd take a long time to gain that resource back. Like a birth certificate, ID, and all that stuff. Just to even start the process, then you can be like, hey,
takes time.
yeah, to be identified as, hey, I'm actually this person. This is my deed for this property, right? Because if you're gonna go through all that red tape to regain that, that'd be a hassle. So when people say about the food or whatever, look at it like that. Because if it's like you want to go through the hassle, the preparedness part is so you don't have to go through as much of the hassle. A little less time. You don't have to wait as long. And, you can readily available or readily get access to it versus like, something like that.
Yeah. Watching both coasts, East Coast, the hurricane, West Coast, the fires, just sitting back observing. And if people are relying on the government, it's taking both coasts 2 or 3 weeks,
Yeah.
And what the fallback
on multiple fronts
is other Americans bringing in food and clothes and all that, and providing tools and helping the neighbors, But I think if you're only hoping that the government will come in and help you, you're going to be waiting a while. Because it takes time to mobilize all that.
Yeah, multiple
that
fronts.
will take a very long time before government comes and help your butt.
Yeah, they're doing stuff on multiple fronts. Anyway, resources or whatever manpower can be pretty thinned out, right? And it just because of it, everything just takes that much more time.
And you'd think
lots of red tape.
You'd think people would learn by this stuff as well. I mean, in future, we should never depend on the government. I heard this one woman, after Katerina, she's in this sports stadium, and she's like, the government hasn't brought us any water. They haven't brought us this. And I was like, well, what, do you want some candy as well? I mean, you if you're going to, if I'm sitting here waiting for the government to bring me water, it might never happen.
Yeah,
exactly.
Even if it does happen,
on a normal day, does the government bring me water? I have to go and I have to pay for my water, get my water, on an emergency. So this woman was like, say they put them in a big kind of sports.
The Superdome, New Orleans.
And apparently people are getting mugged. Someone got raped in there.
Yeah, I got a little thing to say about that here. Is I saw an interview with an elderly lady who was in there, and she said, "Thank God for the thugs."
Hey, Louis.
The tough guys. Thank God for the thugs, because there were bastards going wild, robbing and raping people in there and all that. And the tough guys, the real tough guys, put a stop to it.
Wow.
They waylaid the shit out of those guys. And then the thugs, who were criminals, went out into the city and started looting and bringing back food for the elderly first.
Wow.
Yeah, for the old people first. And she said, thank God, those guys were out there looting, because we had nothing.
For a positive reason, not
right. Yeah,
that's very interesting.
They were
scavenging
water and medicine.
Yeah, we'll go more scavenging.
And they were bringing it back and giving it to senior citizens first.
The respect is fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, and the decent criminals beat the hell out of the robbers.
The decent criminals.
You know what I mean?
Well, I got
amazing.
But she called them thugs. She said, "Thank God for the thugs. They went out and robbed stores and brought us back food and water, and they started with the senior citizens first." It's like, wow, I never expected that.
That's very interesting, though. That's absolutely very interesting.
Excuse me. Yeah, there's that aspect. So, well, some criminals are not that bad of people. They've made some mistakes in their lives and learned from it and got toughened up from prison.
But they're not going to. They're not going to fiddle with little children. They're not going to rape. They're not going to rape women.
No,
they're not going to sort of take advantage of elderly.
There's a lot of criminals that are like that. No, you're not hurting that old lady. You're not going to screw that kid.
Yeah, maybe they're just in it for the money. Right? It's like, well, everything's flooded. The TVs are worthless.
Yeah.
Right? It's just like, you know.
But I've always wanted one of those Mercedes 4x4s. So while I'm looting and getting food for the old lady,
look, this car just happens to be here. Oh, I gotta get back. You know, they're counting on me. I'm just gonna use this and borrow this so I get back faster. I'll return it if I find the owner.
Like the film I Am Legend. He's driving the top of the range sports car in one scene. Then he's got an SUV.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, fellas. My wife's home. Right. She went out and she got a new hairdo. So she said,
"You better say it looks nice. You better say it looks nice. The first thing you say."
You know it. How dramatic I could be. She said, "When I come home, I'll be your new girlfriend."
Oh, yeah.
My mistress is home. I'll be right back. I gotta go give her a hug.
Bob doesn't come back for like an hour or two. I'd be like,
"Hey, Shadow,
kidding.
Did you hear CR's war cry?"
Yeah, definitely.
Would that scare you in the forest at night time?
It would scare me in the forest in the nighttime saying it.
Probably.
If I heard someone in the forest at night time going, "No," I don't know. That might be a bit frightening, actually. I don't know. It might have the opposite effect. No. What was that? That's the missing link. The Sasquatch. The Canadian. No. I think I would. If I lost all my preps, I think there would be a moment of grief.
No, it's human nature. It's
all
human
of us
nature.
would have a moment, especially if we've been doing it for years. Come on, seriously.
Well, it's just not that.
Especially if you've done it for 30 years or more.
Do you know what I mean? And what is the chances though of all your preps being lost in one go?
Well,
like all of it.
Maybe not necessarily all of it, but what you can get access to, and it's gone. Maybe you have more, but you gotta go like travel for like 2, 3, 4 days to go get it, right? Even or you know, something like that.
Well, it's funny we're talking about finding things. They were finding babies in trees after tsunamis, still alive. The baby was still alive. It was in a tree. And far away from its mum and dad, and it survived. Imagine coming across a baby in a tree. Wow.
Look,
That
it's
is
my bad.
definitely a miracle.
I reviewed my cameras and she's not back. That was my bad.
Back.
Yeah. Oh well. She'll be back sooner or later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think for me it would be a worthy challenge. It's like, okay, start all over again.
Yeah. So I think, and that on a positive, it would be good from now to start to learn, like wilderness survival, like how to survive.
Knowledge and skill.
Yeah, knowledge and skill is very, very important. You know, but that could be a good follow-up chat, Shadow, because
skill and knowledge.
You've lost all your preps. Now what? You know.
It's all important, but now what?
Yeah, how good is your knowledge and skill in a fan scenario after losing all your preps?
Yeah, that'll test your resolve.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, that would be definitely a good topic.
Yeah, it'd be well, I'm kind of doing that voluntarily when we move overseas, starting all over again. You know, I look at it as like, okay, it's a fresh start. Let's go do this. Let's leave all this behind and go.
Yeah.
So I've already got that built into my mind, so
Yeah.
you know, I'm okay with it. You know.
Yeah, I've started making primitive tools.
Mhm.
I've started making. I was thinking, how can like a ploughing tool? I made this.
Mhm.
Oh, sorry.
Let's see what he
Yeah, true
pulled
for,
out
for
from
the
the
ages.
closet this time.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Well, I'll mention this. Okay, we've had the fires in California. Okay, that was one of the things the other guy in the coffee shop and I were talking about it. I told him that I've got all the trees in my place cut down. Oh,
Mhm.
digging tool, yeah, the e-tool. Yep. There you go.
Yep.
So for ploughing, like a pickaxe.
But this fella that I was speaking with said, "Oh, I've got 4 great big Doug firs right next to my house." The same guy who said, the government will take your food, and I said, I don't have any trees. I cut them down that are near my house. I won't have it. I won't have it at all. And yeah, it's kind of like a different mentality than mine. I think ahead. I plan ahead. I'm a forward thinker, and I want to make sure that I can eliminate any threats step by step. You understand? And he's got these enormous trees that will break a branch off and take a roof
For
right
mitigation.
Yeah.
Yeah, for mitigation. So the gear part or like the caching would be the preparedness part of it. Because you're preparing it in advance, but mitigation would be like removing the tree or certain things or.
I'd recommend to
example.
a man call a tree removal place and get those things out of there. Get them out of there, man. They'll ruin the roof of your house, all that. And he goes, "Yeah, I've already got moss on my roof. They're already tearing the roof off your house already, man. What are you doing?"
But yeah,
if
because
a storm hits, those trees will blow down and hit his roof, and
it's just
half or probably 100% of his roof will be gone.
Yeah,
it's not just quote unquote fire or the storm. It could see it's winter time in in the Northern Hemisphere right now, right? Remember, ice can do this too. Ice can break loose. It can do all the stuff. The snow can get heavy. All right. Your roof could have like a very shallow pitch, and the snow has increased that much, right? I mean, like
especially if it comes those ice.
Look at the people.
Ice storms.
Yeah, look.
I've been through those.
That it simply gets cold. Look what happened in Texas, not this year.
Probably.
Back in 2021 for them, right? A lot of people, it wasn't just the cold, but they lost things due to water damage because everything fought back out, or later on, right? And all that stuff. So you might be losing stuff just because of that. It's just a write-off, right?
Yeah. Well,
and it's been sitting there for so long now. It's growing mold, and then there's this ring around the building, and all that stuff.
Mold will run you right out of your house.
You're like, oh, I can't keep it, no matter what. Here, I can see it, but I can't keep it just because it's contaminated now, right? I have no access to it. It could be biological or whatever, too, I guess, to a certain degree, right?
Yeah.
So, because they'll push you away from using it because you cannot use it now. It's unsafe to use, right? Even to a certain extent, radiation or whatever, it's radioactive or whatever, right? Or some sort of contamination on it that prevents you from using it now. You can't even use it. You can see it, but you can't use it.
I noticed that with a guy who's only a few years older than me, saying the government will take your food. And I recommended to him to get the trees cut down next to his house. I said, I told him at the same time, I said, look at California. It's why some of these places are burning down. It's because they've got trees right next to their house. fell on deaf ears. There's a major difference between me and a lot of other people, I think. In fact, I know there is. There's a big difference, you know. In fact, this guy told me a story about how his wife was on the first floor yelling about something, and there were two guys trying to break into the sliding glass door in their back of their house, and then they saw him and his wife and they took off, but there were two more guys who came up on the second floor deck and were trying to break into the sliding glass door on the second floor. And I said, what did you do? Oh, I just told them to leave. I said, do you have a weapon of any kind? Anything? Oh, no, I don't have anything. A baseball bat? A spear? Anything?
I don't play sports.
Yeah, and it's like, and I said, don't you even have a shotgun? You don't have a shotgun? Everybody's got a shotgun. Oh, no, we don't really like guns.
Do you have a cast iron pan? No. I use you'd be like, well, I keep trying here.
I said, you're lucky, man, because there was 4 of them and they decided to leave. You're lucky. There's 4 of them come in your house and you don't even have a baseball bat? Oh, dude, you're done. You know,
you're done.
Yeah.
Good night.
Mm-hmm. You're what's called a statistic.
Yeah.
And at best, you're left with the clothes on your back again.
Mm-hmm. And also, predators study the weakest links.
Yes,
you know,
they do.
Yeah.
And in many cases, they can be back. Because what they do is they go through their list of options.
Yeah.
Especially wild animals, you know, they've got options. Do I fight? Do I run? Do I really need to do this? They weigh up things differently.
Yeah.
To how we work.
I was thinking of when you said it was 4 guys that tried to break in. The problem is they can come back with a lot more people.
Yep. That's right. Mm-hmm.
Oh, they will recognize. Notice that. Oh, he's easy target. We get a few more guys and we get back.
Look, guys, this is an easy score.
Hey, do you reckon us preppers need to act a bit more crazy just to keep people away from us? Let's not look like easy targets. There's a show. There's a talk for you, Shadow. How to make ourselves not look like easy targets during SHTF.
Good point.
Yeah,
that could be a topic for next week.
Hey, CR, we can get one of those rubber suits. We can get one of those rubber suits underneath our t-shirts with bulging muscles.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's a joke. Yes, yeah. I thought you were going to laugh at
that. Oh, sorry.
No.
Sorry. Oh,
no.
Sorry. I'm kidding.
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
I learned a lot about
to make ourselves look more mean. It's just a joke.
I've learned a lot about hardening my home by watching interviews with criminals in jail, because they'll have a county sheriff sit down with a prisoner. So what are you looking for before you break into a home? And they'll spell it all right out for you. And they'll say, I'm looking for a place that has a secluded, where your front door is secluded or your back door is secluded. They're going to go for that house. No cameras, no lights, no dogs, on and on. And they'll spell it. There's a bunch of them out there. A lot of interviews. Interview with a thief. Learn from that. That's where I started hardening my house. Looking for cameras that are at face level. As soon as they see a camera that's at face level, they're not going there. No.
Yep. And even something as simple as a little sticker with a dog saying, "This dog is patrolling this area."
That too.
Mm-hmm. Okay, prepare for the ages. No problem. If you have to go. and get some.
Well, I know, Bob,
right.
in your case,
See you later.
And
things from the
armed
grocery
and
store.
dangerous.
Yeah. Mhm.
Have a nice day. Thanks for stopping
Well,
by.
we had a situation like that here in my area. A guy jumped over the back fence into the Mexican's house across the street. And I see them riding their little BMX bikes around the area because they're scouting. They selected the one and only house that did not have an alarm system and did not have cameras. It had nothing, no security lighting, nothing. And he climbed over that guy's back fence and he was heading for the back door. But the man of the house was home and run him off.
yeah,
It just so happened
that
that was the only house in the area.
because if you go, it just like what's that called? Risk versus reward. The risk of it versus the reward, right? So, or the payout, right? It's gonna be a high payout.
If the risk
You know,
is too
what they
high,
say.
you will lose more than you gain.
We
on
don't.
it.
We don't. Yeah, we
That's
don't.
right.
Yeah, we don't have to ante up that much for this. Whatever slang that they can use in movies to describe that kind of scene.
Yeah.
All right, so. Oh, by the way, I gotta go at the bottom of the hour.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to go now myself, and I have to say goodnight to everybody.
All right.
Yeah.
Good talking to you.
Very
interesting subject tonight. Very, very interesting, and a lot of you know, ideas are coming as well because it is very, very true. You know, how good is our skill level? How, you know, our knowledge level? And I think, you know, I need to look into that big time. Anyway, have a fantastic evening, everyone.
Take care of the room.
Shadow, CR, everyone
All right.
listening.
Take care.
Look after yourselves and be careful out there. God bless you.
Yeah.
All right.
Take care. Stay safe.
Peace. Yeah. Yeah, but that fella, that's the typical mentality. Well, if you get some food, the government will come in and take it. That's a real typical mentality of people. So you know, so in other words, don't even try. You don't have to. You know, don't. And I said, man, I'm not going to have a ton of food I told him I was going to. Oh no, you don't need to do that. They'll come in and take it. Screw you, dude. You live over there.
Yeah, okay.
Here,
you know what I would say about that? If someone said that here, it'd be like, yeah, okay, so we just got a whole bunch of like snow, 6 feet of snow here. Do you think they're actually they're going now? Yeah, you know, needed for that time, for example, right? So
I would say
needed to shelter in place.
You know, I was an aircraft mechanic for 30 years. He was an insurance salesman for 40 years, whatever.
Yeah.
So there is the basic foundation difference between him and I. I'm blue collar. I work with my hands. He's a talker. Talk.
Yeah.
That's all he does. Just salesman. And I went, well, yeah. Okay.
Well, hopefully you can negotiate something then.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll be able to use those negotiation skills.
Those who work with insurance, they are sitting at their desk. It's basically a desk job and talking in the phone.
Well,
and
people,
phone calls.
You know, in terms of being prepared or not or whatever, right? Well, some of these insurance places are like sliding out of places because it's like there's too much risk for any reward that they're getting now, right? So then what? You still gotta, right?
Yeah,
they're not helping you. Who else is not helping you, right?
There's Vanessa over there saying I've not seen any government. The same with me. I haven't seen any government coming around looking for anything. You know.
Then
that's probably the least of the concern.
Yeah, the government can.
Well, I mean,
but that requires certain circumstances. They are allowed to do so.
Correct. There's still due process.
There may be more pressing. Yeah, there may be more pressing matters. Right there. All right. They need the fuel. They need the fuel because the generators don't have any.
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
Maybe something like for that, right? The food part probably not to happen anytime soon.
It would have to be.
That would have to be really desperate. That'd be like.
It would have to be like the circumstances in the U.S. anyway, declaring a martial law. Then
Even beyond that, probably even beyond that, right?
Yeah.
Because I could see about the fuel, certain little things, because it's just like the whole area's in short supply. We need everyone's help, right? If you can spare some or whatever, right? It'd be like asking, not really taking.
I think they would probably get better results if they went door to door. We're patrolling.
Yeah, we're
hungry. You got anything you can spare? And throw them a few cans of rations or something like that. They'd probably get better results that way than just kicking in your door and taking something. That would not work out well.
Yeah, because word of mouth would get around faster or whatever. People would see it, but seeing like, this is for a greater good for the whole town, not just you guys in this neighborhood, right?
Yeah.
Because fuel for a water treatment plant or whatever, right? Something like that. Everyone would be like, oh yeah, we're not gonna get far without the water. But for example,
I think you'd be more likely to lose everything during a fire than anything else.
Like I said, Bob, these natural causes, fire, water, the wind, these man-made causes, like, for example, you're isolated from said get home bag. Some, you could be hiking in the wilderness or whatever, right? This does happen too, where you slide, your bag gets caught, you slide out of the bag, but you're at the bottom of the valley and your bag's way up there. You have no access to it right now. That might as well be the same thing. You might be able to see it even, but you have no access to it because you just don't have access to it right now.
Yeah,
because you would have that kind of same feeling of losing everything, right? Because it's like, now what? There's no way to get back up there. It might as well be on the moon because I have no access to it right now at all. So then you're relying back on your skill and knowledge, and hopefully something to use, some sort of resource to give you an option.
Yeah.
Because it's probably very, very likely that anyone would be totally just on the clothes on the rack. And when I say absolutely nothing, I say absolutely nothing. Like, you're on a deserted island with only sand. That'd be hopeless. That'd be like, wow, that's almost like nothing. I just have sand and water that I can't drink and just the clothes on my back. That'd be like, that kind of feeling.
Yeah. Well, I think my mentality would kick in of, okay, itemize, prioritize. Let's go. Let's start doing it again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because this is why I'm a big proponent of what. Well, he's not the only one that does it, probably, but Les Stroud does this kind of zone of assessment that he does, and I'm a big fan of that kind of thinking. Is always thinking, okay, well, because if you're in a situation, whatever it is, man-made, whatever, right, and it comes back to what you have on you, then immediately just beyond you, and then just beyond, the horizon and stuff like that, so, okay, well, I'm on a desert island, I got access to sand, there's some water, maybe I can find something wash ashore from our shipwreck or plane wreck or whatever, right? It could be something like that. It's possible for something like that. And going and starting to think, all right? Stuff like that. Because there's a lot of shows that actually represent that kind of deserted island kind of feel. Shows and movies and all that stuff, and you're like, yeah. It always comes back to like, okay, well, what do we got on us? Then you like, well, I can see somebody in the distance. Can we get to it? Or whatever. Or is it a no-go?
Yeah.
Because it's like,
You will have to write in Sanskrit. Yeah.
yeah, maybe I'll stay a little bit longer. Not that much longer, but I'll stay a little bit longer. Why not? Because Bob's here too, and Shadow's
Yeah.
a host.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Yeah, this is a good question. It really shows the benefits of both the mitigation parts and the preparation parts that you do beforehand. That can help.
Yeah.
Maybe even make or break it for what it is, right? That
Yeah.
random skill, that random knowledge, that random cash, blah blah, and so forth and so forth. It's like, Shadow, how did you know that? I just randomly. I used to watch National Geographic all the time. That's how I know about it. Some random
Yeah.
knowledge, right?
Yeah.
That was a land, and it just happens to come in handy this time.
Yeah.
Like, right. So we're along the lines of that. With some skill that you. How do you know that? Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right. Because you could be with multiple people if you think
Yeah.
about it. To multiple people in this situation collectively. For example,
Yeah.
like I said, it could be this plane wreck, right? You're
Yeah.
on a desert island, kind of the ship or plane has like fell below the surface, right? You have no access to it, right? So what do you guys have to bring to the table here? Because
Yeah.
if you think about it, you would be to get initially at least in it together because you're in the same metaphoric boat or island or whatever, right? You have no access to other stuff because it's washed away below the surface where you can't access it, you can't dive for it, it's burnt away, it flew away or whatever. You have no idea where it is at all. You can't even see it. And like you got to rely on what you know collectively.
I'm gonna bounce out of here, fellas.
Yeah. Okay, Bob.
Go have my daily coffee and the cute baristas and all that good stuff.
See you tomorrow night, Bob.
Yeah, I'll be around 7 o'clock tomorrow Pacific. So
Yeah.
peace
Yeah.
out, fellas. Take care.
Take care. Later.
So
Yeah,
Shadow,
that-
you said that Mark came up with this topic.
Yeah, it was
I wonder where he is
Chef
again.
Tech. Actually, I sent him the link on his email, and he
Is it the
said
V-Link?
that, and I got a reply from him that he was been traveling for 4 hours to attend to a funeral. So,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
so
It's
I
one of those.
understand that. So that
Yeah.
that is really sad, but I understand. It's not a fun thing to go to. So I have been driving for 4 hours. So
Yeah, I got you on that one.
Yeah, I got it. I got it myself. So
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this like I said, this is a good topic because like some people have already gone for this, right?
yeah,
Me personally, no, I haven't. You? Probably not. All right. But not a lot of people know of people that have lost like a lot of things at
Yeah.
once, or in a short period of time, where they lost the ability to have it, control it, use it, see it again, or whatever. Right?
yeah,
Could be people, could be gear, could be both, could be possessions too, and all that stuff. The whole thing, right? Where it's a different roller coaster of emotions for what it is at that time for them, right? You know,
yeah,
stuff like that.
yeah,
Because
exactly.
I figure that it comes back to that kind of psychological thing, and then maybe having that one thing could make or break it in terms of gear, or it could be just something physical. like a picture or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Where it's just like, it keeps you out of that rut, as they say, right?
Yeah.
That psychological boost that you need at that time for what it is, right? Because like I know we've been saying about the gator part, but obviously people too,
Yeah.
right? Let's remember that, or that unknown factor of it, right? Like the tsunamis or whatever, right? You have no idea at that time.
Yeah.
You have no idea because you can't see them.
Exactly.
And you know what just ran through or just washed through, right? So you're like, you would be very, very, you would be scared for what it is. You'd be like so concerned. You'd be so like, you'd probably be doing that war cry. Like you probably would actually do that kind of thing, right? Because it's just like, the more emotional side takes over, right? But then you gotta realize, okay, I gotta bring back my A game here. Take up this metaphor challenge of what it is, right? And keep going with it. The best that you can for what it is, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Making the best out of it still, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is about something like this, anyone can go for it, and any one of us, because we all have physical gear and we all have family, friends, or whatever people we know. So we can't lose that stuff because they're physical items, not just the gear but the people too, right? So like when you're after that's all gone, you're just relying on what's in your head and your willingness to keep going, your spiritual factors of it and all that stuff, right? So I just wanted to say that part. I just had to make sure I had to say that part.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, like usual, did you come up with a topic for next week yet? Or is it still like, I don't know?
No.
You don't know. You don't know, do you?
Unless I take Costco's.
Yeah. You good?
Unless
It'd be
I
a good
take
segue. At least then Mark can chime back in next week and be like, oh, just to add in. We'll do a part 2 of it where it just keeps on going with it a little bit longer. Well, because then both him and PV can chime back in on this. And we'll just elaborate even more through it, right?
Yeah.
Because it's just one of those things like, you have no idea until it happens. Yes, you can do these mitigation and preparedness things, but until it actually happens, you're not going to feel that feeling. You're not going to feel that feeling, all right? Even seeing people that go through it, you can have a sense of it, but you're not going through that same thing. That full-fledged loss of not just physical items, but or whatever, but people too or whatever, right? So, so you actually go through some of that crap, you have no idea, right? Even if, I just imagine it'd be like, losing your wallet, losing your dog, losing your money, these things that are isolated, like happen once in a while, not at the same time, but if it happened at the same time, then times 10.
Yeah.
Kind of whatever you felt at that time. How you feel when you lose your wallet, lose your dog, and then times it by all that stuff by 10, all right? And then it's happening all at the same time. That'd be a rough road.
Exactly.
That'd be a rough road. That'd be a rough road, right? That'd be a rough road. You would try to find some silver lining or some light through that situation, right? And maybe be, realize that, some people might have lost even more, right? So even that, what I said about feeling whatever and then 10 times more, well, now these guys even have it worse than I thought. I thought I had it worse. They have it even worse, right? So it's like 100 times even worse than what you even feel. And you're already feeling pretty crappy already, right? Just imagine if it's like even more than that, but then someone else, or it gives you some like sense of like, okay, well, I better not complain that much. Someone has it even worse, right?
Yeah.
We're trying to see it like that at times, right? And sometimes you don't even discover that until you see other people have lost even more. And sometimes you actually see it in popular media, like TV or movies, where like the hero thought he just lost so much that he sees other people lost even more, and it's like he sees like, gives that quote unquote hero like motivation. Okay, maybe it's not as bad as I think in terms of for what's happening for them in comparison to whatever people are losing, right? And maybe it gets you out that funk. It's like to do something about it once again, right?
Yeah.
Bring back your A game, take up that challenge again, do something about it, right? So it's just one thing I just want to point it out on there. Well, because you guys were talking about cat. We were talking about cash for like 2 hours. Yeah.
He said, dear Costa says, all my preps are gone now. What? Part 2, can I rely on my skills and knowledge to survive?
Yeah, okay. It can be like, okay, you got skills and knowledge now. You only have skill and knowledge now. Now what? Alright. Now what? Now what indeed? That'd be a good way. Nice segue into something like that. And then we can start thinking about it for next week, next Saturday. That'd be that'd be, because that would really push you to push your resolve all the way to the limit. Okay. Yeah. That would totally test your resolve. Because it really shows you who you are without it. Or what you're capable of even without it, right?
Yeah.
See, gear is one of those things that, like, it's gear. You might as well use the word gear interchangeably with the word technology, because it is. It's technology that has helped us. It could be as fancy as a phone, but it could be as simple as a knife or a lighter, right? These are technologies that have helped us, right? Some of them are kind of more old school, but then, but even old school stuff like that is still technology. We just don't consider it at times, right? With the phones everywhere, right? Everyone's always like, oh yeah, you mean my phone's here? No, I'm talking about the bed or whatever you're using. The glasses that are on my face, right? Because like, like, briefly, I don't have the knowledge to make glasses, but people have done it before. A long time ago, right? But that's because they probably had, well, not just the gear to make it, but like the technical knowledge of it, right? The skill, whatever it is, right? They were able to make their own, but they had the skill and knowledge with some equipment to back it up, right? So like, in theory, with the knowledge and the skill, you could pull something off or something similar in time. Yeah. And knowing how things work and all that stuff, right? And I'm talking about these physical items, right? Obviously, these loss of family or whatever, it's gonna be much harder. You're gonna have to find your own way through that, or your reasoning to keep going, right?
Learn how to make iron.
Who said
Yeah,
that,
that is
Vanessa? Who said that?
no, actually, dear
Oh.
loves.
Oh, he's still here?
Yeah, he's still in the chat.
I thought he had to go. He's like, oh, no, I just wanted to see her talk. That's why I left. He's probably saying
Probably.
He's really laughing right now. As soon as he hears this, he'd be like, yeah, okay, you got me there. No. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think, like I said, this year and last, for the U.S., it'd be Kelly and then the Carolinas, both for water and for fire, right? Like
Yeah.
I know I keep going back to the fire and water, and because it's these things: fire, water, ice, and wind that can actually burn, float your things away, blow them away, or cause them to be permanently frozen. You don't have access to it, or whatever, or just buried in ice and snow that you can't even get into, or whatever, right? So, and these man-made versions of it where you don't have access to certain things.
Yeah.
All right. Like, because even cash, and there's certain times, and if you can't get access to it, you're back in the same boat again still, because you don't have access to it. Cashing over your house when you have access to it. You have no access to it. That's why I always say, I've been thinking, like, if I ever make caches, it's going to be a disposable write-off right away, because this is just more of an alternative or a contingency plan. It's not the primary plan in this, right? A primary thing may be things on you. A bank itself. The primary is gone.
Yeah.
All right. Now you're using caches as the contingency, right? An alternative could be like at a friend's place, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and the emergency planning part of it would be like, I don't know, you decided to put it somewhere else, somewhere else, right? And you're just like, okay. Hopefully, one of these will work. One of them's got to be good still.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, you do some more talking here.
Oh, yeah, more war cry.
No, I said more talking, not more war cry.
I just read what Dear Loves.
Okay. I'm not looking at the screen.
A mobile cache. That I never thought about a mobile cache before. So
yeah, but it's still
hidden on a train. Well,
you just don't have to have access to it.
Yeah.
The only difference is that it's mobile, but you still don't have physical access to it. You can't see it. Like, even if you put a camera, blah, 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 you can see it all the time, you still don't even have physical access to it. Just because you can see it, you can tell the condition, but you don't know what's on the outside of said container.
Exactly.
You know? So, like, I'm just trying to say, like, these caches are, like, kind of like the last ditch, right? Still. Because you have no idea until you actually see it with your own hands and have it in your hands. You know?
Yeah.
Just because you can see it doesn't mean you have access to it.
And the problem is with a hidden on a train, to have a cache hidden on a train is you never know what that train goes. It goes from A to B, and then it
could be still
going on another direction, and then it can take maybe very long time before it gets back to point A again. So,
well, it's not just that. Like I said, it's not just that. It's that it's physically not in your hands, and you can't see it. So,
Yeah, I was
like,
thinking
it doesn't
about the
help.
tractor too.
It doesn't help, right? Like, even if you can like track it with using like air tags or whatever, some sort of device or GPS or whatever, you might know where it is, but and you might even be able to see it because you have a camera there, but you still don't have physical access to it because it's not in your hands. The tools, the multi-tool in there is not in your hands. Until it's in your hands, you can see it, taste it, feel it, and pretty much that cache is kind of like, okay, I still don't have it though.
Yeah.
I can check on it. It's not rusty. Water didn't get into it, so I know that much, but I still don't have physical access to it.
A cache attached to a drone.
Well,
Yeah,
it's still the same
would,
thing, right?
Yeah, it's the same thing. You need to keep that drone going.
Yeah, I mean, like, you still don't have physical access to it. You might be able to see it, but multi-tool isn't going to help you if you don't have it in your hands. Right? For example, right? I mean, this is one of the things I tried out was, in terms of waterproofness, is to put it on the bottom of a 55-gallon rain barrel that's full of water, where I weighed down the item, right? Because, like, you might have, it might be, your cache might be underneath something. Yeah, you can get to it, but it's underwater.
Okay.
It's not that deep, you only buried it like a foot deep, but there's like 3 feet of water above it, right? You're just like, okay, I'm gonna test this out, try this out, or use it, right?
Use the drone to collect the cache. Well, that might be a good idea. If you know, in that case, you need to know exactly where the cache is. Yeah, you
and
need
if
to
it's
be in
buried,
range.
if it's buried, I don't think you could. Who's gonna have a drone that can dig?
Well, digging drones, that would be something.
I'm not saying it's not possible, but like, average person does not have access to that kind of level of technology to help it along, and you still don't have physical access to it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to be a devil's advocate on that because this is like, you still don't have physical access to it. That's why, like, caching should be, in my opinion, should be an alternative or a contingency plan. Never kind of the main priority.
Yeah, definitely.
That way, like, for me, I want to get into caching. I'm just trying to find locations suitable for it, and like, the items won't be such a big deal, so to speak, but it's actually finding suitable locations. Because I know, like I said, as soon as it's out there, it's out of sight, out of mind kind of deal. Hopefully it'll be there when I check it or need to dip into it or use it. But if it's not, then next one, and then so forth and so forth.
Yeah, and if you bury cache, you never know when you
don't really know
there in what shape it is, if it's still in good shape or in bad, terrible shape. You don't know that.
Yeah, that's when in certain caches, if you space might be a limitation or a premium, something like that, because you don't want to make it too big because you're not trying to dig a really big hole. But it can fit this little spot, but it has to be only this small.
Yeah.
Yeah. It could be a spare radial or whatever, something along the lines of that.
Yeah.
That you can spare for it. That you could spare for it that wouldn't necessarily break the budget, your budget, whatever budget you have, and you can. It's kind of like, just thinking of it, okay, it's no longer in my possession, but hopefully if I need to get to it and find it and open it, it can be in my possession again if necessary, right? Because through preparation of it, right? That could help you in the recovery phase after said fire or flood has gone through. So I'm assuming you're going till the top of the hour again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of know. I kind of know how it is. 4 hours. It's kind of your standard thing now, or less.
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah. Yeah. I probably should get a bite to eat after us. More or less.
Yeah.
More or less. Yeah, I mean, I'll mention this as something. Well, I don't know if I'll mention before the stream ends, but I'll definitely mention to you in the backstage about this again. But no, it's just something else I've been thinking about that kind of relates to this. It's just like, because in preparedness, sometimes you start from the beginning, right?
Yeah.
Now, obviously, in the beginning, you have something, but maybe you don't, right? So it always comes back to this kind of, we all started from the beginning, from very
It
little,
all begins from the beginning.
I love how you said that. Oh, I need that in one of my videos. Can you voice over one of my videos for that?
Yeah.
It all starts from the beginning. I need you to say that. Just the way you said that didn't even sound like you. It just sounded so like different. It's like, I see you.
Yeah.
But yeah. Because I've been looking at that, alright? It's just like, so, at times you always hear at the end, it's just like, yeah, they came back to pick up the pieces.
Yeah.
Right? Hopefully those pieces have something you can use. Either spiritually, physically, or emotionally, or something that can drive you forward, or give you options, or give you something to work with.
Yeah.
Whatever it is. From a photo to something else to
Yeah,
hey,
definitely.
I found a wrench. It was buried in the sand underneath. All right.
Okay.
I don't know how this happened. It must have happened when we were driving off, and it just got buried in the sand, and the fire couldn't get to it.
Yeah.
Just hypothetically speaking, or whatever, right? And it's like, and everything else is just charred everywhere. And it's like, well, we start. It'll be a start of something again.
Yeah.
To make something out of it. Yep, it'll be a start for something. Well, I don't know, last couple of minutes. I've been talking a lot. I'm like, I keep thinking you're gonna chime in here, so I can take a breath here.
Yeah, definitely. So how's the weather in your part of the world?
Well, that's another reason why it's part of the preparedness part. Because I see a lot of different things that can happen. Give or take, right? So.
Hey Darren, good to see you, brother.
Mr. Depson. How you doing?
Yes.
Although we're sliding up pretty shortly here, like in the next 90 seconds, or not even, probably. Not even 90 seconds.
He's watching from Asia.
Okay, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt. We'll go from there.
That's good. You're doing great, Darren.
Yay!
That's awesome. I believe you are in Philippines, Darren.
Yeah.
Probably.
That reminds me, you could be on vacation when something like this happens. Actually, this is actually, if you think about it, the tsunami that hit Indonesia was, these people were on vacation there. They might have things at home, but they don't have access to it at that time. I mean, that'd be kind of more of a short term because it's actually not. You're not actually home. You didn't lose your home, but you don't have access to that stuff because you're like halfway around the world.
Yeah.
Right? So the more important things are like being able to find loved ones, identify yourself, and be able to get back home. Right? That'd be your priority. But you're pretty much with just the clothes on your back, right? You know what I mean? Because you were down at the local pool of the hotel when this happened, and your passport's upstairs because how many people would actually be on at the beach with their passports and their belongings? Sorry, some of that stuff might be in your hotel room. I'm not saying like your passport might not be on you, but you'd be lucky if you actually had it on you and you still had it on you after the fact, and it was still good. Because then at least you would have something to use, right? Versus, because now it's kind of hard, right? You'd be relying on, like, foreign aid, right? The embassy in that local country, whatever, right? Trying to get all this stuff just to, you know what I mean? And that'd be hard, too.
Yeah.
Not as traumatic, but it still would be difficult, right?
Yeah.
You would have a lot of those sinking feelings, too. And with that, it is that time.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, everyone.
It's top of the
I'm
hour.
gonna wrap it up here. Like, I know what you say all the time. I can almost say it.
Go ahead, CR.
No. I'm just kidding. Of course, this is your show, man. This is your show. I'm just some random dude that joined for no reason. I'm just some random dude that joined that was indeed your co-host and all that stuff, the notes you're saying at the end of the time. Okay, everyone, I'm gonna wrap it up here. I'll have some show for next week here, and stay safe, take care, and all this stuff. Yeah, see, I can feel it. Shadow doesn't do a live stream. I'll just do one on his behalf, and hopefully, okay, but yeah, this is where you actually say it, though. Yeah, this is what you're supposed to say. I know we're still live.
Yeah. Well, we'll wrap things up now. That sounds like a good idea. Thank you guys for stopping by. I appreciate it. And see you next week. Same time, same channel. Take care, stay safe, and God bless. Stay prepared.
And we are out.
Be part of the solution and not the problem.
And stay tuned for next Saturday.